Okay, welcome everyone to the July 6th council meeting, and happy to have everyone here. And for those of you joining us online, happy to have you as well. If the clerk would call the roll, please.
Everyone is here.
Everyone checks in. Okay, we have a full attendance. And Grant Atkinson, are you here tonight? I don't see Grant. I was going to make him the chaplain because he would have been his third time in a row. Does anybody else want to say a prayer for opening up, invocation? Dominic, I'm going to give you 2 minutes, okay? We're going to have the invocation, and after that we will have the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear Heavenly Father, we just thank you for the opportunity to be here and serve our local community of Canyon City, Colorado. Dear, oh Lord, tonight's going to be a very heavy night here in City Council chambers, and we just pray that anyone who comes up and speaks tonight before the City Council and the community of Canyon City, that they just do it with wisdom, courage, and just the willingness to perform themselves in a meaningful manner. We just pray for the Aspen Acres Fire that just is fully contained soon, that we just pray that anyone who's suffering just gets healing, and that we pray for anywhere in the world that is going through the same and similar circumstances, that they just are resolved and fully healed. We pray this to you in our Lord and gracious Savior, in Jesus Christ's name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Dominic. Appreciate it. Pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I've got a lot of citizens' requests to speak tonight, and what I'd like to do is what we've been doing for a while, is to separate them out by topic, and those who are not on the topic of the agenda and are speaking about other issues, I'm going to put you on now. And then those who have something to say regarding the various topics, I think it's more relevant to do it that way. So with that, I would like to ask Rochelle Whitney, if you would come forward.
Hello, thank you again for your time this evening. My sister Katrina and I wanted to come and give you the update, which is no update. It's now been 13 weeks since avalanche excavating flooded our property and did tens of thousands of dollars worth of damage to the property. They've compromised the foundation. We have no hot water heater. We have no HVAC system. I didn't bring any exhibits, any props this week. I wanted to let you know that we did hear back. The only thing that we heard back from their adjuster was on June 22nd, and he called and told us that they had already closed out our claim. And they have not done anything, and so he said that because it had been closed out, they were not getting any reminders to follow up on it. And I did follow up with an email. Leo Evans was CC'd on that. We've kept him in the loop, and we are not getting any response from them. And so, again, 13 weeks of the house being, unusable. We cannot use the house. It's in the, last time we were over there was 84 degrees. And so we cannot use the house. We are unable to use the property in any way, shape, or form. We are going to continue to come back to council, just let you know what is happening or is not happening. And so we would appreciate anything that anybody can do, because otherwise we'll go ahead and proceed with some sort of litigation to make sure that we're made whole, because we have not done anything. We had a functioning house beforehand, and we don't now. So we appreciate the comments of concern that we've had in grocery stores and different things like that from various people in the community. And of course, our thoughts and prayers are with all the firefighters, first responders, everyone with the Aspen Acres fire, everyone who's going through so many losses and dealing with so many problems within our own community. We recognize that our loss of our property is a different kind of loss, but it impacts us much the same way that someone who has lost their home might be. So we appreciate your time this evening, and again, we will be back. We're going to keep this in front of the City Council and the city government as a whole to make sure you understand that we're continuing to pursue this in whatever way we need to. So we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Rochelle. City Administrator, you want to address that?
Yeah, thank you again, Mrs. Whitney, for coming and keeping us apprised of where you're at. From a transparency standpoint, I want to let you know where we're at as well. We heard from Avalanche today, and I'll have Leo reach out to you tomorrow to discuss what we've heard.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Taylor White. Welcome, Taylor.
Hi. I have a couple subjects I'd like to talk about, but I'm here because I believe our city can do better when it comes to accountability,
Please
transparency,
put the microphone
and
closer to you.
treating everyone fairly. I appreciate the work that goes into improving our strengths, and I know projects like North 9th Street are a major undertaking. I also understand that the project is being funded through our voted approved 2A sales tax, which was approved specifically to repair and reconstruct our streets. According to the city's own Project 2A information, those funds are dedicated to contracting out street repair projects and cannot be used to increase internal government spending. The city has identified Roads Construction as the contractor, and information from Vivid Engineering Group indicates they are providing project management, inspection, and testing services for a 2A street program. With that in mind, I'd like to know who is responsible for the day-to-day inspection of the project, what responsibilities are being performed by Vivid Engineering, and what responsibilities are still being performed by city engineering staff, how much is being paid to the contractor and how much is being paid to the engineering consultant, and how much city staff time is being dedicated to the project. I'm not suggesting that anything improper is happening. I simply believe taxpayers deserve to understand how their money is being spent and how the city ensures there's no unnecessary duplication of services. Transparency builds trust, and I think providing those answers would help reassure the public that every dollar of our 2A tax is being used efficiently as possible. I have also heard that there are 2 federally funded engineers working on the project. If that is accurate, I would like to know why those additional engineering positions are necessary when the city already employs its own engineer. If those federal funds are being spent on duplicate oversight, I can't help but wonder whether those resources could have been put towards priorities that our community has consistently said matter, such as our public pool. Voters approved Ballot issue 2A because they wanted to invest in that project. As taxpayers, we deserve to know whether every available dollar is being used in the most effective way to serve our community. Second, I want to address inconsistent enforcement throughout our city. It often appears that the same people are repeatedly targeted, while similar violations in other parts of the town go unaddressed. If code enforcement is going to cite people for junk, overgrown weeds, trailers, or other ordinance violations, then those standards should be applied consistently across the entire city. Every neighborhood and every property owner should be held to the same expectations. Fair enforcement means enforcing the rules equally, not selectively. I also want to address accountability within our police department. On several occasions, I have personally watched law enforcement officers drive through the 4-way stop sign near my home without coming to a complete stop. I understand that officers may exceed the speed limit or disregard traffic laws when responding to an emergency. However, when they are simply driving through town on routine patrol, they should be following the same traffic laws as everyone else. The people responsible for enforcing the law should be setting the example. Along those same lines, residents are prohibited from leaving trailers parked on public streets, yet the city regularly places a speed trailer along the side of the road on 15th Street. I understand that the purpose of the speed trailer is different, but it raises a broader question. Government should hold itself to the same standards it expects from its citizens whenever possible. Leading by example is one of the best ways to build public trust. At the end of the day, this is not about attacking any individual employee or department. It is about asking for consistency, transparency, accountability, and responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars. The people of this community deserve to know that public funds are being spent wisely, that ordinances are enforced fairly, and that everyone, including city employees and public officials, is held to the same standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Taylor. And that's a list that we're going to have to get back with you on. We won't be able to approach that tonight, but I'm sure the narrative will be captured, and we're going to respond to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? Thank you. Yes. That'd be great. So what's going to happen is the city clerk is going to give you her card, and if you could send that narrative that you had there, that would be helpful for us. Thank you. Okay, Rick Ratzliff. Welcome, Rick.
As you know, I put a paper up there for you all to see. It's a notice of code violation. I was served on a Saturday. It says I can have 2 vehicles, which is code, to be in the backyard that are unoperable. And that was on the 6th, and then on the 16th, I use my neighbor's property. I maintain and mow the property, cut trees, keep it under ordinance, because it was in disarray. And so I said, hey, let me use the backyard to work on my cars. I'll do it. They live out of town. They are Oriental. So they asked me to go to court because they're Oriental and they don't really understand the court process. So, and the vehicles were mine. So I said, yeah, I'll go to court. So on the 16th, I show up at court, and we have Kathy Yules there and Patrick and the DA, 2 police officers that arrested me previously for freedom of speech violation. They gave me a felony for bribing a police officer when I told them I'd sue them if they towed a car that was legally driving with a plate that they illegally searched and put a tow tag on. So after that, they're there trying to mediate, and Kathy takes over and Patrick and tell the DA to, first they solicited a trespass, and he said, no, I'm not gonna let you trespass Rick. So the DA and Kathy say, Kathy says, let's give them a $3,955,000 fine for everything in their house. And I'm sorry, there's not a house in this town that could have not even the girls' school could have a $3 million fine, I'm sure. And it's run down, okay? So they scare him into, panic mode of a threat. And she wonders why no one wants them to work. And Pueblo needs to take over. This is why we have tyrants here, and they need to be under control. So the DA tells me I have 2 days to get my cars out of the backyard. And mind you, the second time they solicited a trespass, they did it before this paper. And now I can't have 2 cars in the backyard, which is bullshit. The law says 2 cars. I should be able to have 2 cars. I want a judge that we can elect, not a magistrate that's crooked. I want a DA from Canyon City that we're not paying from Denver as an attorney to drive down here and be a DA, because she's a tyrant, and Kathy and Patrick need to go. Also, if you have a hand that's slapping people, killing people, robbing, and you cut 2 fingers off, which is Patrick and Kathy, and you still have that hand, which is Ryan, he's part of the problem too. He lets it happen. He doesn't hold them accountable. He needs to go. He's a tyrant. And what she did is unacceptable. I'm harassed every day by Canyon City PD. I've caught them doing many, and I got it on video. Them going down the one way after they screw with me for an hour. They show up 5, 6 to mess with me with the code enforcement. They're scared. They're that scared of me. They have guns and tasers and handcuffs and flashlights, but they're afraid of me with nothing.
Okay.
I'm
Rick,
sick
I'm
of
gonna
them
ask,
coming to my
I need to ask
house.
you to wrap it up, okay?
I'm getting there. Here's
I don't want to have to use the gavel, so go ahead, wrap it up,
All right.
please.
Here's a bunch of complaints I did in 20 minutes around my neighborhood that they overlook. They come to me, and I've caught them breaking the law, going down the one-way. I've tried to do a citizen's complaint on them to get a ticket, and the chief of police told me they're above the law and they can do whatever they want. I want them held accountable, and you guys should be tired of our county being known as corrupt and get off your butts and do something about our reputation here and our law enforcement. And you guys are no better that have been up there a long time. I've called 3 of you twice for a meeting and no call back. I've done a recall on Sheriff Biker. I'll do it again. I'm not afraid to do it. I know how to do it. I will do it. Do your fucking job.
Thank you, Rick. Okay, Victoria Duger. Welcome, Victoria.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to begin by reading a few words from the city's Code of Conduct. It states the city will act with transparency, integrity, and accountability. It says the city will act in good faith by fostering collaboration, respect, and communication. It says the city will serve its citizens through professionalism, responsivism, and it'll strive to work with everyone by being inclusive. Those are excellent principles. They're exactly the kind of government that I want to volunteer for. I know, because I did volunteer. I served on the mayor's Economic Development Committee. I gave my time in good faith. I didn't expect everyone to agree with me, and I never expected my ideas to prevail every time. Healthy disagreement about city priorities and functions is part of public conversation. What I did not expect was to become the subject of public criticism by the very person who asked citizens to serve. In the days leading up to this meeting, I watched the mayor use social media to question my motives, dismiss my contributions, and publicly criticize me. Others quickly followed. The conversation shifted away from policy towards people. Leadership sets tone. When the person holding the city's highest elected office speaks about citizens in a personal or dismissive way, it signals to others that this is an acceptable way to engage. The result is that disagreement becomes personal, and that public discourse becomes more hostile. I experienced that firsthand. Whether you agree with my position on committees is not the point. The question is this: is this how we want citizens to be treated when they volunteer? Because if this is the standard, many people will decide that it isn't worth serving. Citizen engagement depends on trust. Trust is built when people believe that they can participate, disagree respectfully, and not become targets for personal criticism by those in positions of authority. Our code of conduct speaks about transparency, integrity, accountability, collaboration, respect, communication, professionalism, and inclusiveness. Those values cannot exist only in resolutions and policy manuals. They must be reflected in the conduct of those who lead us. Leadership is not just about the decisions we make in chambers. It is about the examples we set everywhere when we represent the city. When our leaders model respect, our community is more likely to respond with respect. When our leaders model personal attacks, it becomes easier for others to believe that personal attacks are part of civic engagement. I do not believe that's the culture Canyon City wants to create. I'm not asking this council to agree with me. I'm asking this council to hold itself to the same standards that it has adopted for the city. If we truly want citizen engagement, then we must create an environment where the citizens feel safe, both digitally and in person, to feel safe to participate, safe to disagree, and confident that they will be treated with dignity and respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Next is Stacy Brock. Brack or Brock? Okay. Welcome, Stacy.
Okay, good evening, Council. I am here regarding your executive session on ditch irrigation laterals. It has been 5 months since my mom and I first appeared before City Council to request revisions to the lateral replacement program and Title 19 ditches and culverts. In January 2026, the court's ruling in case 25C1138 made it clear that maintenance responsibility for privately owned ditch laterals belongs to the shareholders. Despite that ruling, city's ordinance and public messaging has not yet been corrected. When ditch season began in April, water flooded out of the brand-new cleanout box on my mother's property. It flowed through the city streets for days before reaching the storm drain at 15th and Harrison. We reported the issue to the hydraulic ditch, the water commissioner, public works, and city council members. I appreciate Jeremy Reeves for taking the time to respond in person and help address the situation. This flooding continues to be caused by the abuse at the head gate and inadequate maintenance by the shareholders of the 14th Street lateral. After the latest flooding event, a shareholder hired a company to clear debris from the ditch and then attempted to collect money from neighboring non-shareholders despite the court's clear ruling on responsibility again. The city must act. For years, Title 19 has been applied in a way that has confused property owners, resulted in misleading communications, and failed to distinguish between shareholders and non-shareholders. Our requests remain unchanged. Clarify Title 19 to reflect shareholder responsibility, review the legality of the lateral replacement program, and revise it. Correct public information and community messaging, and ensure that any decisions are made transparently and in public view, not solely behind the closed door of executive sessions, expensive core requests, or blocked by attorney-client privilege. And finally, do not give our tax money to the defendants who failed to maintain their property. Thank you to Mayor Lund, Jeremy Reeves, and Sarah McCullough for taking extra time to understand this issue. I also want to address Tim Dennehy. You often encourage public engagement, yet despite repeated calls and emails since October of 2024, you have never responded, and this issue is in your district. If you are unwilling to serve your constituents, you should resign. The public needs genuine dialogue with city leaders, not one-way communication. Citizens should be able to speak and receive responses and discussion from elected officials. Committees have value, but they should allow more two-way engagements and produce clear action items. Every meeting should be broadcast live and posted to YouTube, regardless of whether a quorum is present. To the Whitneys, I am truly sorry for what you've endured after the city's broken water pipe damaged your home. To the city council, put their situation on the agenda and take action. They need help. They should not be trapped in bureaucratic delays while trying to make their home habitable. Your constituents deserve solutions, not excuses. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Dominic. Welcome again, Dominic.
Thank you. When I was at Whitewater...
Mike, a little closer, please.
Okay. When I was at Whitewater Bar and Grill rooftop, I saw on the billboard that it said that the city was considering censoring citizen input. Now, in my view, I don't feel like that'd be an acceptable position to do. As someone that respects the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, we must all be heard in city forums and anywhere, that we all should respect our constitutional rights to do so. Now, I could have came up here and been way upset at it, but I'm coming to you all tonight as an ordinary, respectful, and law-abiding citizen to encourage you to not go forth with this. And then I encourage you to respect citizen input. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. I'm not sure what that was. We're all on the same page, I think. So, okay, with that, we are going to proceed. That's the last one that is outside of the topics that we're going to be covering, and we'll move forward from there. So the next one is dealing with council member announcements and board updates. And council members, I'm not aware of any board updates that we need to put on. Okay, you have one, Councilmember Schmischer? Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We have a couple of committee meetings coming up this week. We have our Public Safety Quality of Life meeting on Wednesday. It'll be called to order in the Carnegie Room of the library. It's posted on the Agenda Center, but you can see it. This is about the Macon Plaza play structure that the Library Foundation is considering funding. So the Public Safety Quality of Life Committee, citizen member Lester Lamone has actually kind of taken the GIS plans of Macon Plaza from the city and has plotted out where the Library Foundation potentially funded natural play structure could possibly be in Macon Plaza. So just encourage folks who are interested in the future of Macon Plaza, if you want to come out, that's when that meeting will occur. Again, it'll be called to order at 10 a.m. in the Carnegie Room of the library, and then we'll go outside and actually kind of flag some things out and look at where that play structure could potentially be. The second part of that particular Public Safety Quality of Life Committee meeting is focused on using the committee asked to be used as more of like a think tank around issues and challenges that we have in our community. And one of those is public restrooms. So the public restrooms at Veterans Park have been closed for a really long time, and they want to brainstorm around why is that vandalism happening? How can we get them back open? Why do we have a public asset and amenity that isn't being used? If you're interested in that part of the conversation, that's the second agenda item. I would estimate 10:30, 10:45. We'll be back inside from Macon Plaza and talking about that. The other citizen committee that we have going on this week that I'm one of the two city council liaisons to is the Royal Gorge Mountain Park Trails Committee. That's happening at 3 p.m. In these chambers. Just an update from like where that committee is and kind of what the status of the Royal Loop project is and what FAR's, the Fremont Adventure Recreation 501c3 nonprofit is thinking about it. But it's all about should FAR put a trail on the south side of the Royal Gorge Mountain Park. So outside of the park limits, but another trail that can be accessed by citizens. So if you're interested in that, again, it's this Wednesday at 3 p.m. here in this chambers. That's the Royal Gorge Mountain Park Trails Committee. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. We're going to deal with the ballot committee later, so we won't have a report right now on that. Any others on yours on the board side or the committee side?
Yeah, so this Thursday, we're scheduled to have a Budget, Finance, Public Works Committee, Citizens Committee meeting at 3:45. That'll be depending on the canceling the citizen committees on tonight's agenda. So
Okay.
we'll put that out tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Dennehy.
Thank you. I just want to say a big thank you to all the people who have been helping out on the fire down at Pathfinder Park. You know, the contributions down there have been fantastic. The volunteers that have been working down there, taking the shifts, whether they're the all-night shifts to watch the animals, dropping off supplies. It's been amazing. If you go down there, you know, you can still check in. You know, hopefully this all will clear. You know, unfortunately, we had to see that the Whitewater Festival has been canceled, which is a really tough one for our community. And, you know, we can hope this fire gets taken better a little bit. You know, there's a lot of kids out there who have been working really hard on their 4-H projects, and we'd hate to see that and just the whole county fair. But I just want to say thank you for everybody who has been volunteering and, you know, helping out with the horse trailers, helping out, pulling people out. There's a lot of long hours going in, and you know, just keep an eye out. You know, check the extension office, see if there's anything they need. Call if you have any free time. Please volunteer to go down and take a shift. Just, you know, to keep an eye of there, to watch an intake of people going in and out, and animals going in and out. So, but I just want to say thank you, and then a huge shout out to everybody who's working on this fire. Thank you guys. You're putting in a lot of hours, and we know we got a long ways to go, but let's just pray for rain. Thank you.
Councilmember Schmischer.
Thank you. I just had one point of clarification. I'm not aware of any vote this evening on any of the city committees. I think that there's a discussion item, but I don't think that there's a proposed motion to do anything, just to discuss and kind of do that 6-month review. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, that's good news. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, that's what's in the agenda, at least, as the proposal. And then the second thing I just wanted to share, that we heard from the Fremont County Emergency Management folks that they are so completely full of donations that they literally have no more room. So just a huge shout out to the people of Canyon City and Fremont County for their the openness of their hearts and their donations and everything that they are doing. And that includes local companies from Big R, the Shed Company, Tractor Supply, people donating buildings so that more stuff can be stored, to the point where we are literally now helping other counties. So they're talking about how to get some of those supplies that we no longer have room to safely store up to Custer, so that the folks who have been evacuated up there also have what they need while they're in that evacuation status. So just to echo Councilmember Dennehy's comments, volunteer where you can. It does sound like, for now at least, they are full on donations. And just on that note, a huge shout out to City Administrator Ryan Stevens as well. He has directed all of the various components of our city staff, whether it's the Canyon City Police Department to be providing support for the Sheriff's Office so that they can be out actually doing evacuations, or a public information officer. So just thank you for continuing to ensure that while the fire isn't in Fremont County, that we are doing everything that we can to prepare and also to help out those other entities that are in the thick of it right now. So thank you.
Councilmember McCuller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to echo the other council members in giving major plaudits to our community for stepping up in a very difficult time. So keep hanging in there, everybody, and we'll get through this together. When it comes to some of the feedback, I believe that it's worth our time to take a look at a social media policy. So if there's consensus from council, I think we should direct the city attorney to draft a social media policy for discussion at our July 20th, 2026 meeting to protect our residents' First Amendment rights and to provide a refresher on open meetings law.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Schmischer.
I would be in support of looking at a policy. I think that we do have a lot of new things that we're trying, and we need to make sure that our residents' First Amendment rights are being protected. So I'm not ever opposed to more training to make sure that all of us are complying with the law, and I'm never opposed to looking at a new idea. So I would be in favor of that direction to our city attorneys.
Okay, anybody else? I have one if no. Okay, we're going through a crisis in Canyon City, both the water and the fire issue, and we went through this before with COVID, and I think we've made some mistakes in the past with COVID. One of them is closing the schools quickly and some other things. And I'm behind the Whitewater Festival folks for, I think, the decision that they made. I'm sure that was very tough. I had family members coming in during that festival, and they're still going to come, but they won't be at the Whitewater Festival. I'm sure we all are concerned about that. The other one is the fireworks, and I went back and forth with, the city administrator Stevens on that as well. I do have concerns about the splash pad and shutting that down. That's 200 gallons a day, and in my view, the citizens, if we didn't flush our toilets once during that day, 200, we could open that up, because again, we're targeting isn't the right word, that's too strong. We are making the sacrifice or trying to set an example on city government, but it's the kids who are paying. And there's a lot of things we're closing down at this point, but let's not make the same mistakes we made in COVID, which caused kids to take the brunt of it. And so what I'd like to ask is the council members discuss this, if we could take just a few minutes to do that. If there's any push that we could open up the splash pad for the kids in a very hot and dry summer and make that work for them. And I'm happy to get the message out that 200 families choose to not flush their toilet one extra time in a day, and that 200 gallons would be there. I got a text last night that one person was at the park, and they sent me a text and a video of the watering that was take place, and it was going out into the street, and they were very concerned that it wasn't going in the grass, and hey, can't we save that? So there's been a lot of people who have contacted me about that, and I'm interested again in the discussion. Can we not do 200 gallons a day for kids and save it in some other way, and we open up the splash pad and let kids have a summer because they don't have a pool? And in my opinion, it's dangerous if they're going down to the river, a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old that's not in the splash pad, and they're down by the river to cool off, and if something happens when we don't have that splash pad on for 200 gallons, that would be bad. I get that we want to set an example on the city, but right now it's the kids who are taking the hit, and I think we should reconsider this. So I'm open to any council member that wants to address that. Councilmember Worthington.
I like the idea. Has any study been done as to how much water is being taken out of the Pueblo Reservoir for the fighting of the fire? That would be one of my big concerns, is the fact that we're now using a lot more water than we normally would be at this time, and that adds to our shortage of water for the rest of the summer. And I realize 200 gallons a day probably is nothing, but that is something to take into concern. And I'm fine either way, but I think that's something that we need to recognize, is that this is a huge amount of water that's being taken to fight this. Well, it's a good use of the water, but it's also a very scary way of making sure we get through the rest of the season.
Understand, and I'd like to just respond just quickly. Driving around the city, I've seen lots of kids out with the hoses on in the backyard, and so they're not being recycled or anything else. It's just going out there. Kids are going to stay cool, and parents are going to let them have the hose. And I think if we did something as a community to encourage them to one spot that with recycled water, that is a better use than not. Councilmember Tony.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think that should be referred to the Water Committee. They've done the studies, they have the expertise, and those policies, procedures were put in place with a lot of thought. So I think that should be reviewed by the Water Committee itself. Now, that's not going to meet until the end of the month of July, so maybe we can push it to the Budget, Finance, Public Works Committee and have Leo follow up with the rest of the committee from there.
And I'm in favor of that, not to carry this on, but simply I think it would be good if council at least put a position out that if there's any way to open that up, please do it, as opposed to just leave it neutral, in my view. So again, if the council chooses not to do that, that's certainly up to you, but I'm throwing that out. Councilmember Schmischer.
Thank you. I would echo most of what Councilmember Tony just said. I think that the Water Committee spent, and you're the chair of it, but I feel like they spent more than 6 months coming up with this plan. And there are a lot of citizens who participate in that committee who have a great deal of expertise in water, and I think a lot of thought and care went into it before it was sent to council, and we all looked at it. And unfortunately, really difficult decisions do have to be made. But I am all for, like, if there is something that can be moved from stage 2 to stage 1 and move this from stage 1 to stage 2, I am all for that Water Committee taking another look at it and seeing if there's a middle way so that we as a city can continue to control what we can control when it comes to water expenditures. So I would almost ask, if it's not too much for the citizens of the Water Committee, to go ahead and have another special Water Committee meeting. I feel like this is a really urgent and important topic, as Mayor Lund mentioned, like, it really is about the kids in our community and ensuring that they have something safe and fun to do during a particularly hot summer. So if it's possible, maybe having a special water committee meeting earlier, since they're the ones who really have this expertise that they've developed over time.
Yeah, we have a couple of our people out, but let's try and put that on our agenda for this Thursday and see if we can get that group together to make that quick study.
I think the one other question, if I still have the floor, is that
You
okay?
do. Yes,
Awesome.
go ahead.
The one other question that I had was just for City Administrator Stevens. I know that we've been on stage 1 water restriction for a little bit now.
It's about a week.
About a week, and I'm wondering, most of stage 1 is voluntary, like the city is turning off what it controls in stage 1, and clearly it sounds like there's still some fine tuning that we need to do. If anybody sees water going where it shouldn't be going, please report that through maybe See-Click-Fix or call the city and let us know, because that is not anybody's desire. Please make sure to report that immediately so that can be fixed. But I'm wondering, with stage 1, when will we know how the voluntary compliance is going? When will we know if that projected savings target has been hit?
Yeah,
Thanks.
we're working on year-over-year numbers on a weekly basis. So with us coming up on just about a week, we're hoping to get some numbers published a little bit later this week and creating a dashboard on the city's website.
Oh, wonderful. That's great that it'll be on the public website. If we could also maybe do some fabulous infographics on Facebook so people can see like what they are doing, the sacrifices that they're making, their yards turning brown is actually having that impact that we need for our longer term health of our city's water supply. Thanks.
Yep.
City Administrator Stevens.
Yeah, I'm just curious where the 200-gallon number came from. I don't know that came from city staff. And
I was thinking
would
you and
need
I had a discussion at our city. How much do you think it is?
I don't know. I would need to talk to the park superintendent to see if we can get a better number on that.
So let's clarify that this is in fact recycled water. And so what we're talking about is evaporation and those kind of things, kids getting out with their suits wet. That's where the water comes out of?
Yeah, so there's evaporation, the kids splashing and leaving the area. They carry water with them. We do have, there is water continuously flowing into that system to continue to refill it. So that is going on throughout the entire day when that system runs.
And is that monitored or metered?
I don't believe it's on a separate meter for the splash pad. I think it's on the same meter as some of the other water facilities there at the park.
Okay. Councilmember Maloney, you're done? I don't want to step on you.
No, the only other thing that I had to say was that I think if you do turn this on for stage 1, council probably also, or the water committee needs to consider whether or not it remains on if we go to stage 2, which is the mandatory reduction in water, because we are probably, looking at the forecast. There's no real relief coming here anytime soon, and we do expect that the City Water Commission is going to call for water call on our water rights at some point in the next week or 2.
Okay. Could you just help me out as far as the decision process? So if in fact the water committee indicates that we can do this and move forward, are you the decision maker? Are they the decision maker? How does this happen that somebody goes over and opens up that valve and there's water flowing?
I think we need a recommendation to come back from the water committee, and then if council's comfortable with me implementing that recommendation, I can do that.
I wonder if we could pass that tonight, and so that if in fact that happens, as opposed to wait another 2 weeks for a council meeting to take place.
I think it would need to be direction, not something that's a formal motion. This was not on the agenda for discussion tonight.
It was not, but you and I have had discussions about this on Friday at length, or at least on Thursday, and I indicated that I probably would be bringing it up. And citizens have talked to me specifically about it, and I think these are the kind of things we need to be able to respond to fairly quickly. It's July, and it's July 6th, and the summer's happening, and I'm in favor of us making a decision as soon as possible. Councilmember Maloney.
Oh, thank you. I just canceled because everything I was going to ask has just been asked.
Okay. Councilmember Schmischer.
Thank you. I have one question for City Administrator Stevens and then one question for Attorney Sellers. Would it be feasible, I think I think I read somewhere that we have to pump thousands of gallons into the splash pad every other week to like flush the tank. Whatever the answer is, would it be possible to get more clarity on that before the water committee meets so that they have all the facts?
Absolutely.
Awesome, thank you. And then would it be feasible once Councilmember Tony knows when he is planning to, when he would have a quorum and the right folks there for the water committee meeting, would it be possible to make sure, or to know if they would have the info on the stage 1 numbers beforehand? It feels like that would be an important piece for them to take into consideration as they're thinking this all through. Would that be feasible if they're meeting on Thursday?
If you're meeting on Thursday?
We meet on Thursday.
Yeah, we should be able to have some rough numbers by then.
Okay, thank you. And then the question for Attorney Sellers, I guess, just in terms of the process, because I couldn't agree more with Mayor Lund, like we need to be able to make decisions quickly when they impact our citizens, but I also want to make sure that we are following all of the state laws when it comes to open meetings, and I know that we have to post our meetings with their agendas more than 24 hours in advance. If we wanted to take a formal action on something like this, what would be the correct process? Would it be amending the agenda when those conversations happened on Friday so that citizens, if they felt strongly about the splash pad, would know, and then we could like really get into that today? Would that be the appropriate way to do that in the future?
Yes.
Okay, okay. And then if we needed, like if the water committee says, you know, yes, like we think that you could move it to stage 2 and whatever their recommendation is, if it's changing from the status quo, the way for council to update the direction that it gave City Administrator Stevens when we reviewed, I can't remember, Mayor Lund, when we reviewed the water plan a couple of months ago.
Yeah, probably 2 or 3.
What would be the fastest or the quickest way for council to provide that direction? Obviously, to Taylor's point earlier, we would want to do it publicly and transparently, and if folks disagree with the water committee, give them that opportunity to speak. But how do we make government work as fast as possible?
Well, if it's fast as possible, I'd just do a joint meeting with the water committee, city council, water committee joint meeting. And so you can hear their recommendation right then and
make a decision.
So that's the quickest.
Sure.
Less quick, Friday morning.
Sure. So just call a special meeting and make sure that we have a quorum.
Sure. I mean, that assumes the Thursday timing for the water committee. But
Sure.
yeah, I mean, and you can post that now, and you know, if you don't need it for some reason, then you can always cancel it.
Sure. And those, I mean, I think in the past when they've been super quick things like that, we've even done just like a 5-minute, obviously open Zoom so anybody can listen and watch and participate, but just everybody hops on for 5 minutes and says, good to go. Would that, I mean, is that something that council would be comfortable with, either joining the Thursday or, I mean, I'm happy to leave it to the citizen experts to give us their advice. They're the ones who came up with this plan.
Yeah, and an informal motion, I understand the motion issue, but I do recall not too long ago, and I think it was the flat cameras, that we gave a thumbs up that we were going to do something, and we went around and everybody gave a thumbs up, and that wasn't a motion, and I'm just wondering if this works, if the council, just a quick poll that has no legal significance whatsoever, but if there is a way to open up the splash pad, would you be in favor of that if we can get there? And I'm going to give a thumbs up, and if anybody else wants to give a thumbs up, I'm good with that. So we got 2. It's a recommendation. It's trying to have urgency to the process, and it's not a formal motion, but at least it is getting us a poll of where the council's at.
Sorry, just a question. If there's a way to get it on that the water committee is recommending and comfortable with, is that what you're?
No, I'm just wanting to give some direction to the water committee that we do, in fact, want to see this happen if it's possible to do. And I'm all in favor of another meeting this week if we can do that. I think it's July 6th, and this is an urgent matter for the kids. And we get criticized all the time that there's nothing in town for kids to do. This is something that would be helpful to make that happen. And we as adults are saying kids are important, and we're going to find a way. And I'll be happy to put something out of 200 people that choose to not flush their toilet when they were going to flush it for one time a day. And I don't know if the 200 gallons is accurate anymore, but let's find out if we can do that. And I think citizens would, in fact, this could be a carrot as opposed to a stick. Councilmember Tony.
Yeah, so 3:45 on Thursday, it's an open meeting. Everybody's encouraged to come, including the council. I mean, the council can be there. That decision could be made that day, so plan to attend.
So
Okay.
just to
Not-
clarify, are you calling a special council meeting for Thursday at 3:45?
No, I'm inviting council to come.
They have to have it has to be a special council meeting if they're going to take action, so
Can we take
Cindy
a
needs to
special
know that.
council meeting for Thursday? Mayor?
Thumbs up, everyone. Okay, on specifically the splash pad.
So it'll be a joint session between Water Committee and the City Council at 3:45 on Thursday.
Water Public Works. It'll be at
Yep.
that meeting, and we'll have the Parks Services there.
We can't do both. It has to be one or the other. It has to either be a special meeting, and if it's joint, I thought it was with the Water Committee. I just need clarification, so I know what I'm posting.
Yeah, are we talking about the Water Committee that, or the Public Works Committee? Because
I
the
think
Public
it-
Works Committee is the one that you said is Thursday at 3:45.
Right. We'll invite the Water Committee or representatives that we can get there,
Okay.
along with the Parks Department to show, right?
Yep.
Okay, because we'll need their advice, their expertise.
Okay, so you're going to publish that, 3:45?
I don't
What
think.
exactly am I posting?
Yeah, the 3:45 is the Public Works Budget Finance Committee. It's not the Water Committee, so we'd have to be calling a special Water Committee meeting.
What you're asking for, though, is a representative from the water people, and maybe Travis, if Travis is around, et cetera, right? I'm trying to clarify what
A
this is.
representative from the Water Committee, the Parks Department, to show up at our Budget Finance Public Works.
But do they need to make a decision, Ryan? Does the Water Committee need to make a
I
formal
think
decision before the council?
if council is asking for a recommendation from the Water Committee, it needs to be the Water Committee that's meeting, not the
Okay,
Public
then I
Works
think
Committee.
the urgency is to have a Water Committee as soon as possible.
Right. So we'll try to gather those people up and do that.
Okay,
Can I get confirmation, just so I know what I'm posting? 3:45?
no, it's not happening until the Water Committee does their thing, if I understand.
Perfect, thank
Is
you.
that correct?
When are you setting a time for the Water Committee right now?
I'd like to do it at 3:45
Okay.
Thursday.
So on Thursday, you want us to sorry, not us, you want the city clerk to post a Water Committee meeting, and you will invite Budget, Finance, Public Works, and City Council to attend.
And, yes,
Awesome.
and Parks Department, and of course, the Water Committee, yes.
Yeah, and more than attend, that we'll have a council meeting where we can take action. So,
They just said Thursday, 3:45, so it's a special meeting.
it's a special meeting.
Correct.
Yep,
A special joint meeting between the Water Committee and City Council.
yep. Okay, sorry, public, we're working our way through, but we've got to make it so that it actually works for us. Okay, City Administrator, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. So if you would take that over, please.
Thank you, Mayor Lund. Members of council, item 7A is the approval of minutes for the regular city council meeting on June 15th, the special meeting June 8th, June 15th, and June 17th, which was the joint meeting with Planning Commission, and June 18th, which was the special meeting for the Rural Gorge Bridge contract. 7B authorizes the placement of 2 new members on the Public Arts Committee. 7C authorizes the city administrator to sign a grant agreement with Pikes Peak Outdoor Recreation Alliance for Red Canyon Park. 7D approves traffic control schedule update number 63. 7E awards bid 64-26 PLC upgrade for 2 pump stations to Rexel in an amount not to exceed $20,869.42. 7F awards bid 103-26 Springbrook Holding Company LLC for fixed asset module data remediation in an amount not to exceed $12,000. 7G approves change order number 2 to JR Engineering for task order number 12. That's the water service line identification in an amount not to exceed $700,000. 7H is to receive and ratify cash disbursements and P-card disbursements, and 7I is to receive and file cash disbursements.
Any questions for the City Administrator? Councilmember Schmischer.
Thank you. I just wanted to give a huge shout out to the Red Canyon Citizen Red Canyon Trails Committee. This is a citizen group that met with representatives from the Rocky Mountain Backcountry Horsemen, with neighboring property owners up at Red Canyon Park. We had many different citizens participate over the course of over a year to think through how do we create this new trail system up there. And because of their hard work and the hard work of the at the time city Trail Builder and Parks Department staff. That's the reason why I believe at least, why we were able to secure this grant from the state to actually do some good work to the road up there that hopefully will make it easier for the Jeep tours and for others that try to actually get up there and use it. And hopefully, and also it funds additional vault toilets and putting in actual designated camping spots. So that what we've heard from neighboring landowners is that the folks that they're seeing going up to Red Canyon now are there to hike and there to enjoy the park in a responsible manner. And we think that by adding in additional improvements such as the road improvement and additional toilets and designated camp spots, we'll continue to see kind of a decline of use that actually hurts the Red Canyon Park that's owned by the people of Canyon City. So just, it's a great example of how citizens came together and collectively helped us get a trail system in a park that we owned for 100 years. And the net result of that is funding from the state to actually improve the road and add bathrooms and campsites. So just huge thank you to those citizens.
Any other members dealing with the city administrator's agenda and consent agenda? Councilmember Tony.
Yeah, I think on the Public Art Committee Centennial Park Ramp Mural Project, I did vote nay on that one. Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, I'll look for a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented then, and the agenda as well. Motion, Kathy Worthington, if you'll go ahead.
Yes, I make a motion to accept the corrected consent agenda as presented.
Okay, Councilmember Tony.
I'll second that.
Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, go ahead and vote. And the clerk will announce that.
Unanimously passed.
Thank you very much. City Administrator's Report, item number 8.
Yeah, thank you very much. You have the written report as we discussed a little bit earlier. Stage 1 water restrictions are in place, been in place for almost a week now. This is not something that we take lightly with going into these types of restrictions. But with where the water levels are, we are expecting to be called out, our water right here, in the next week or two. We have taken precautions from a water resource standpoint. The city has 1,000 acre-feet of project water that we have moved up to Twin Lakes, and that is, when you use it, it's gone. It's not like the flow-through rights of our ditch shares. So we will be using that if we get to stage 2, and we've got a bunch of precautions in place for that, and we'll continue to monitor that situation very closely. Things that are not in the report, it was mentioned earlier in this meeting, the Whitewater Festival Committee, they have made the tough decision to cancel their festival here in a couple weekends. So that's obviously very, very tough. And then one thing that's outstanding that I need some direction on from City Council, we have had the posting for the Ethics Commission, filling that position out for several months now. There are 5 seats now after the changes that Council made earlier this year. So far, we have only had 3 applicants. So I guess what I need from Council is, are you happy to move forward with evaluating 3 applicants at this point and reposting, or do you want to wait until we have enough applicants to fill the commission before we fill it?
Councilmember Schmischer.
Would there be a way to do a little bit more public engagement about it? I think I saw the original post, but I don't know that I've seen a lot saying like, hey, we really desire citizens to serve on this committee. It's, you know, here's what the role is, just making it a little bit more, I guess, a little bit more visible in that world. Maybe even running an ad in the Daily Record or something, so that I think that we have a lot of citizens who would love to serve, and maybe they just don't always know what all of the open opportunities are.
Yeah. Cindy, I know you were very involved with all of that.
We literally posted it in the newspaper once a week for a month and a half. We put it on social media every other week. I sent it out to our Ministerial Alliance. I've sent it out to a couple other groups that had some interest, and just nothing.
So we're advertising right now online and here with this group, that if anybody has an interest in serving on the Ethics Committee, please apply. And for those of you watching as well, or who will watch this, please consider that.
Sorry, is it okay if I just finished my thought on it?
I didn't see that we were
Oh,
off here,
sorry,
so
I
go
still
ahead.
have
You're on.
speaking. Sorry
Nope,
about
go
that.
ahead.
Okay,
No,
thank
please
you.
do.
Sorry about that. Because from my perspective, like if we have an opportunity for citizens to serve, I want to make sure that and it sounds like we really have done a lot, and thank you for echoing the desire to have folks apply if they want. Like, it would be great to have lots of citizens apply so that we have the opportunity to ensure that we've got a really balanced group of people. So I don't want to balance qualified. Thank you, Councilmember Worthington. Group of people, and I would hate to kind of close that opportunity early, but I do know that we also need a sitting ethics committee. So maybe if we don't have more than five or more committee applications by the first meeting in August, maybe then have it in your agenda update again, and we can have the conversation again. Does that seem reasonable, from my perspective at least?
Okay, Councilmember Tony.
I think we need to look at the requirements for those positions again. An ordinary citizen can't fill that role. I mean, it's almost like you have to have a retired judge to do that, the way we wrote those requirements, past law experience and so forth. So do you have that up where we can see that?
I don't recall those, they said we would like things, things that these would help, but I don't think it was ever required.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are discouraged from doing that, including some ministers and stuff that were planning on trying to serve on that, just because of the requirements that were posted on that.
Well, from the minister's side, they're just busy. That's what they told me. We'd love to help, but we don't have the bandwidth right now, unfortunately, from that group.
Yep, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you. Go ahead.
No worries. No worries.
I was going to say, hopefully we never have to use it, but nonetheless. Councilmember Maloney.
I was just going to suggest we look at the applicants we have. That way we know if we need 2 more or 3 more or 4 more or 5 more. So as soon as we can look at applicants, we should do so.
I can send those to you tomorrow.
Okay.
Would you like me to post again then until the end of July?
The thumbs up thing, I think, is what everyone's doing. So there we go.
Absolutely. I'll get it going on newspaper and social media.
Okay. Okay, any other things on the administrator's report?
Happy to take questions.
Any questions? Councilmember Schmischer.
Thanks. I was just wondering if you could give, I know lots of citizens are obviously very interested in the roads construction project that has been dragging on for many years now. I was wondering if you could give us an update on where that project is and what folks can expect.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm going to ask our Public Works Director, Leo Evans, to come up and give a brief update on that.
Hi, Leo. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. We're still working with Atmos Energy. They have their permit from Union Pacific to do their relocation of the high-pressure gas main, and they have been getting quotes from the contractors that they work with for that work. So their intention is to complete their relocation this September and October and free that up for us this November.
And so, we have received our application or our revisions.
Yes, we've received our permit
from
Correct,
Union
yes.
Pacific.
We
also
have ours in hand.
Yep.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Councilmember Tony.
Yeah, Leo has created a worksheet, a spreadsheet with the capital updates, and that's posted at our monthly meetings, and it's posted on the government website as well, our city government website. So you can go to that capital project worksheet to get updated.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else? Any other questions for the city administrator? Okay, moving on to the public hearing. Before we start that, I want to lay out just a few things because I just, along with other council members here, we're up in north of Denver, and I attended one of the workshops that was dealing with quasi-judicial roles, and I just want to lay out just so we have an understanding. So the council and the attorney can verify if I mess this up and get it wrong. But the council has 2 different roles. One is legislative, and so if things go before, for instance, the Planning Commission and it's legislative, the council can be involved with that. On a quasi-judicial role, though, we have it feels like what it is, which is there's a judicial role, and everything is supposed to be coming at us as a first impression. So we can't be involved. We can't even talk to the people who are putting things forward at that point, and that's something that is very specific to a specific property as opposed to legislative, which is different than that. One of the things they advised in that meeting, and it was an attorney for CIRSA, the insurance people, is that when we do a vote, that every council member should put on the record of why they're voting for this. And they didn't want just a normal motion, but they were looking for an on-the-record thing in case it ever did go to move forward. And the criteria for making decisions is only the things that are in our ordinances and basically the city. So you cannot have any personal, I don't like this, I wouldn't like it, I wish they didn't have it. Anything personal is not allowed. It's simply what is in the books for Canyon City. And so what I will be asking after we start the public hearing, when we do the vote, is to have a poll of the council of why you are specifically voting that way, just so it is on the record and can't be necessarily challenged in a court process that why this person did that. The attorney can change anything I've said, but I think that lays out how they had an attorney at the meeting I was at.
Sure. So as the mayor laid out, your quasi-judicial decision-making is just that. You are applying the criteria in the code to the application in front of you. So it's an individualized hearing that you're in. You cannot come in with bias or prejudgment. You cannot have ex parte communications. That's with anybody in the public or the applicant themselves. That prevents the due process that is protected by this process. So yeah, I don't know that I fully agree with the CIRSA attorney that you need to lay out why you're voting. You certainly can. Absolutely, that conversation is really important to establish the record, but you can do it any way you'd like. So.
Okay, very good. So with that, Councilmember Schmischer.
Thank you. I just have two follow-up questions. One, I think in Planner Mulready's presentation, he always gives like the citing of like how it fits within the ordinance. And if we made a motion that included kind of that language about why, would that, and then everybody voted yes or no, as opposed to each person having to say the same, like this is, why,
It's just getting the record, but yes.
Would that be enough?
I'm going to follow our attorney as opposed to the attorney from the insurance company.
So what you can do is Director Mulready does lay out in detail the criteria, and you can adopt the findings in his presentation and in his staff report. That is something that you agree with the analysis that he's laid out. That's perhaps a little bit easier for council, but again, it's your call. If you'd like to add more as to why you're making a decision, you're free to do so.
Okay, and then if individual council members felt that they disagreed in some way and wanted to state it differently, then per the CIRSA attorney's recommendation, we would need the city clerk to capture each of those council member comments for the record. Is that, am I understanding?
I would think the video would take care of that, right?
Yeah, I do think it would take care of that.
Okay, so just a simple table is
yeah, and
is
absolutely,
sufficient.
if there's a council member who doesn't agree with the analysis in the staff report,
but is still voting yes, they can
yeah, they should
specify
speak
why.
up and make themselves known.
Okay, and then my second question was just, I think Mayor Lund had mentioned that with legislative public hearings that are not quasi-judicial, that the CIRSA attorney had said that council can be involved with those. Are there best practices for what that looks like, or would that be better for a separate kind of, this is already going to be a long meeting.
We can certainly do a separate one, but just overall, I can tell you that when you legislate, so when you pass ordinances that amend the code or whatever, you can engage with the public at any point with anyone you want to. You can be involved in that. Obviously, it goes through a similar process where there's a public hearing at Planning Commission and then a public hearing here. But that public hearing is not quasi-judicial. That is a legislative act.
So there's no reason why we couldn't engage with Planning Commission as well?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate the clarifications.
So again, I wanted to put that out for the citizens, again, that just to clarify our role as far as how we're doing that. With that, we are now in the quasi-judicial role because I'm opening up the public hearing, and appreciate you being here, Patrick. So the floor is yours.
Certainly. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This evening, we are here to consider a request by applicant JSTN Legacy Wellness LLC for approval of a special review use to locate a Snap Fitness in the space vacated by the Big Five Sporting Goods at 3215 East US Highway 50. Snap Fitness is considered a recreation facility under the city's Unified Development Code, and as such requires a special review use approval within the GC General Commercial District. The subject property is a 57,139 square foot or 1.31 acre lot on Fremont Drive, mid-block between Berry Parkway and McCormick Parkway. The site is situated between Power Credit Union to the west and Fremont Plaza Center to the east. Earlier this year, Big Five Sporting Goods closed operations, and the space Big Five Sporting Goods had occupied has remained vacant since this closure. The reason for the public hearing this evening is that in the city's Unified Development Code, recreation facility is designated as a special review use, which requires public hearings before Planning Commission and City Hall. Special review uses are described in Section 1710.030 of the Unified Development Code as a type of discretionary use under zoning in which certain aspects of the use may potentially cause conflicts with surrounding land uses and may therefore need additional conditions imposed upon them to mitigate these conflicts, or if the conflicts are too significant, the use can actually be denied as part of a public hearing. Recreation facility is categorized as a special review use because how it is identified in the UDC. It encompasses such uses as playgrounds, tennis courts, golf courses, racquetball and handball courts, skating rinks, swimming pools, fitness centers, and spas, and may also have ancillary retail or restaurant uses attached to it. All of these various uses have different peak demand times for their uses and therefore varying times for parking demand associated with them. As part of an analysis for the special review use, it's necessary to see how many internal uses are proposed with Snap Fitness. Snap Fitness's floor plan shows that there will not be a large quantity of internal uses, which minimize differing peak demand times. The project narrative provided by the applicant states that the peak demand times for Snap Fitness will be early morning and evening hours, before and after traditional workday times. Special review uses have three criteria for approval found in Section 1710.030B of the Unified Development Code. These criteria include compliance with all requirements imposed by Chapter 1710 pertaining to discretionary use zoning questions. 2, that it is consistent with the purpose of the Unified Development Code generally, and 3, that it is designed to be compatible with surrounding uses and the area where it will be situated. In Section 3 of the project summary report within your agenda, there is an extensive analysis of how this request addresses each of those criteria. Although staff is happy to answer any questions on the specifics of the SRU analysis within the proposed summary report, for the sake of brevity, staff has found that the proposed Snap Fitness recreational facility is consistent with the three criteria applied to the special review use requests, and that the project can be considered for approval. I would note that this analysis is also very similar to the Planet Fitness analysis that the city went through with a special review use application in 2023. So, in terms of a little bit of history on this project, the special review use appeared before Planning Commission on June 24th, 2026. Following a public hearing on the request, Planning Commission cited findings of fact demonstrating that the city had the jurisdiction to act on this land use request. Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval for the special review request to allow a recreation facility at 3215 East US Highway 50. Staff and the Planning Commission therefore recommend that City Council, following a public hearing on this request, approve the special review use request for Snap Fitness at 3215 East US Highway 50 by adopting Resolution 9, Series of 2026. That would conclude my presentation. Before coming up here, I did scan the audience to see if I could locate the applicant, the proprietors of the business, Mike Twist of MT Studio, and the business proprietors, Carla Jameson and Vince Love. I did not see them in the audience, but I might have not been looking in the right location.
Is the applicant here?
Yeah, we have an applicant here.
Yes. I'd invite you to speak if you'd like. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak for a minute. I appreciate the analysis that you did. I just wanted to say that we are so excited to come into Canyon City and to be part of this community and to help with health and wellness, preventative and social, emotional, and mental and physical help for the citizens of Canyon City, and ask if you have any questions pertaining to this undertaking and project that we have started.
Can we get you to state your name for the record?
Yes,
so that's
sorry.
on there.
My
That's
name's
okay.
Jacqueline Gaines, and I am one of the 2 owners of this project. Great.
Okay, thank you. We're excited for you. Well, we're going to vote, so take that back.
Not yet.
Other hat. Invite the city council, and I'm inviting you right now to speak. Anybody have questions for anyone? Go ahead, Councilmember Schmischer.
Thanks so much. I just have one question. Welcome. Thanks for expressing your excitement about coming to our community, and thanks for wanting to bring a new business into that vacant building. I just had one question about the CDOT access permit. I understand that the CDOT is that the Colorado Department of Transportation is requiring an access permit because they're expecting that the number of vehicles that will go into the lot will increase by more than 20%. I just wanted to hear kind of how that factored into your analysis about compatibility with neighboring properties.
So the CDOT analysis has to do with traffic being generated on Fremont, because Fremont is basically a frontage road to US Highway 50, and therefore is there a correlation between Highway 50 and traffic on Highway 50 potentially using Fremont Drive to go there. My analysis is such that I'm not overly concerned about a 20% bump in traffic because this is an overall commercial zone and there is already a fairly significant amount of traffic that uses this. I don't think a 20% bump in traffic for this particular lot is going to cause dysfunction on Fremont Drive at that location. So in my analysis, the increase was not significant to warrant a condition of approval on that. They will go through that analysis with CDOT to obtain their access permit separately. They do not go through the city for that permit. And if Leo is still here, he can talk a little bit about how that process works.
I think I was more asking about if that impacted your analysis at all about the parking situation. If you had any concerns, if there are 20% more cars that are going there, is there enough parking there to be able to adequately handle that? And based on the time that SNAP 24/7 is planning or is anticipating that they would be busy versus the other businesses that are there. Thanks.
So the parking that they have is all on their site, and they are the condition that's there is there based upon the previous use that established the parking. So I did not see that it generated the need for additional parking was generated. That could be made a condition if you want, but again, I don't think given the square footage of the building in question, it's going to rise to the need for additional parking.
Thank you. And I'm assuming that the parking lot was part of your analysis as to whether or not this was a good fit for a SNAP facility as well.
Yes, and we also did receive our permit from CDOT.
Wow, question answered. I should have just asked you first. Awesome. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Any other questions from the council members? Anybody from the audience with a public hearing interested in speaking on this issue? With that, I'm going to close the public hearing if there's no questions from anyone or any comments. And so please consider this hearing closed. Thank you for coming. And then I'm open to a motion for this particular issue. Councilmember Maloney.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the special review use request for Snap Fitness as a recreational facility at 3215 East US Highway 50 with the adoption of the attached Resolution 9 series of 2026.
Thank you, Councilmember Maloney. Councilmember Reeves.
I second.
It's just been moved and supported, and is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote.
Unanimously passed.
Does anyone want to be on the record on this particular issue? Okay, we'll consider that to be it is. Next item, and congratulations, and now I can officially welcome you with enthusiasm that we hope your business is extremely successful, and thanks for being part of our community in the future. Yep. Okay, lease purchase financing police vehicles.
We will have a report from our finance director, Tammy Nordyke.
Welcome, Tammy.
Good evening.
Thank you, Patrick.
I'm just getting to the correct page here. Okay. So this is the first reading of Ordinance 11, Series 2026, approving an addendum to the master lease agreement with U.S. Bank Corp Government Leasing and Financing for the police vehicles. The adopted 2026 budget includes the purchase of three vehicles for the police department utilizing a lease purchase agreement. City Council has already approved the purchase of the vehicles, which are in transit. Finance received 4 quotes from different lenders. U.S. Bank was selected with an interest rate of 4.6%. The payment will be $14,337.35, paid quarterly for 3 years, starting in November of 2026. The principal is $160,000 with anticipated interest of $12,210.68 over the life of the lease. In conjunction with the ordinance, the city is also asking for a reimbursement resolution to be adopted. Resolution 8, Series 2026, allows the city to pay for the vehicles and be reimbursed from the proceeds. This is necessary since the vehicles are arriving sooner than anticipated. This also eliminates the use of an escrow account, which saves the city an additional $435. And that concludes my staff report.
Okay, so that was both items, both 10A and 10B, or whatever that number is for that particular one. Is that correct, City Administrator? She dealt with both of them? Yes. Okay, very
Yes.
good. Is there any questions for Tammy, the Finance Director? Okay, I'm open to a motion on the first one for Councilmember McCullough. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that City Council adopt on first reading Ordinance 11, Series of 2026, and Resolution 8, Series of 2026 on first reading.
We have to do them separate. We have to do them separate.
Yeah,
Yes,
one at a
please.
time.
My apologies. I move that City Council adopt on first reading Ordinance 11, Series of 2026.
Councilmember Dennehy.
I second.
Is there discussion on this motion? Seeing none, go ahead and vote, please.
Passed unanimously.
Okay, I'm open to a vote, or excuse me, a motion on the second ordinance. Councilmember Schmischer.
I move that we approve Resolution 8, Series of 2026 on first reading.
Councilmember McCullough.
Second.
Is there discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote.
Unanimously passed.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, Tammy. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Clock Tower Plaza, City Administrator.
This item was asked to be put on the agenda by Mayor Pro Tem Schmischer for discussion on how to move forward after the bid was turned down by City Council. So staff needs direction on how to proceed with this project. It is a project that is listed in our comprehensive plan.
Councilmember Schmischer.
Thank you. So this came up, and I don't want to speak for the Budget, Finance, Public Works Committee, Fred, so I'll certainly leave that in your court. But after it was discussed at the committee that you chair, I also gave my committee, the Public Safety and Quality of Life Committee, an update on what that discussion was at the Budget, Finance, and Public Works, because they viewed it as a quality of life issue as well. So they had input and thoughts that I'm happy to share with council about perhaps a way forward for our consideration. Essentially, for those who weren't on council during the last couple of years, I think city staff and more importantly, the people of Canyon City spent a lot of time thinking through what do they want to see at Clock Tower Plaza. And certainly there were several public meetings and a lot of input online. And unfortunately, city staff, while they were successful in getting a grant, they didn't get a grant for the full amount that they were hoping for, which meant that the amount of funding to do Clock Tower Plaza wasn't enough to do exactly what the public had said that they wanted done. So right now, this is just my opinion, but right now I think that we have kind of a mess on a corner of Main Street that's owned by the city, and I think that something needs to be done with it, whether it's just capping it and turning it into a proper parking lot with stripes so that people can park their cars there a little bit more easily, or whether it's taking some aspects of what the public said that they wanted in the plan and being able to move forward with those. I think that it's really important from my perspective if we're not going to go, sorry, this isn't my perspective, this is what my committee, what members of my committee said, that they wanted to make sure that the public was re-engaged, that the public cared, the public gave a lot of comments and input during the Clock Tower Plaza discussion of what it should be, and if we can't fund what they said that they wanted, they would like to have a say in what do we fund, what does it turn into? Is it just a parking lot, or is it a parking lot with a public restroom, or is it a parking lot with a public restroom with the kiosks, or is there a stage? So I think what they asked was if a survey could go out, a no-cost city-done survey with a couple of options that reflect what the public input was during the process and with dollar amounts attached to them, including how much money of that would be coming from the city versus what do we think the grant may still be willing to cover depending on what the option is, just so that we aren't making that decision in a vacuum as council, but so that we are re-engaging the public and ensuring that we're doing what the public wants with that particular piece of property. So I don't want to speak for the Budget, Finance, Public Works, but I know that we had a pretty lengthy conversation in that citizen committee as well. So if you want to chime in, Fred.
We did, and I think it was brought up by you, Mayor Pro Tem Schmisser, and the city staff chimed in on that too pretty heavily. I think most of the budget committee wanted to make a parking lot out of it. So I think this council had turned down that effort, I think mostly because what was presented to the public was not feasible to actually do with no activities there. The concern was that it would become a meeting place for a lot of homeless folks that would meet there. So I think that's the way it came about on that. So, yeah. So I think we need to decide, do we make it a parking lot or leave it like it is? But spending $1 million on doing something there was not the group majority on that.
Sorry, to clarify, I wasn't suggesting that was the group majority. I just thought that they also were interested in a survey and re-engaging the public and seeing what they thought. But if that's not your recollection of the conversation, that's certainly what came out of our conversation. And I think regardless, I think it would be a good idea given how much public engagement there was in the plan process creation to make sure that we're doing what the public wants.
Obviously, we're not going to make a decision on this tonight, so is there a way forward as far as how we can deliberate on this issue further? And what would the timing be on the grant? Is that still out there for a while, or is this something that has some urgency?
The grant expires in end of June of next year. We can ask for an extension if we have.
That means the monies have to be expended by that point?
Yeah.
Okay.
But if we have a path forward, I think we could go to DOLA in good faith and ask for an extension. Without a plan in place, I don't feel comfortable asking them for an extension at this point.
Right. I think we've talked to DOLA, and their reply was, if it wasn't as per the plan, is very doubtful if you could get that grant, right?
Yeah, I mean, and Leo, I know you, or Rick, one of you spoke with our DOLA rep about it. But I think, depending on what you start pulling out of it, you're probably going to see a reduction in what they've granted because you're not building what you told them you were going to build.
And that's exactly right. Yeah. The grant initially was larger, and it was reduced partially because of another project we had in town, because of emergency funds that went into that. If there is a reduction in scope, there will likely be a reduction in grant. We don't know what that reduction will be until we see that reduction in scope. I asked specifically, are there certain things that you, DOLA, would like to see that maybe would not cause a reduction? And in the current grant environment right now, I mean, to put that in the perspective, DOLA just awarded $15 million of grants and $50 million of requests. That's very hard for them to do. So they likely would not honor a full grant if the scope of the work changes. We just don't know what that scope looks like, so we can't, we'd have to know the scope, take it back to them and say, what does this look like? What do you think? What does that mean for our match? Because there's other stipulations that go with that as well.
A key piece of this is DOLA helped fund the phase one, which was the planning side of the project as well. So, they want to see something built that, they helped fund the design of.
Exactly, and I was under the understanding that.
Turn on your mic there.
I was under the understanding when we went back to DOLA, the probability of doing something different than what we presented was very slim. That as per plan is what they was planning on funding.
We just don't know. We just really don't know. I mean, we've had 3 conversations with them now about this, and it's just not known until we come up with a revised scope. They would want to see that we go to the community and ask what the community wants, because they really want stakeholder involvement. So there likely would be something there. They would, I'll throw this out there too, they would honestly say that if you don't want it, we'll take it back and give it to another community that's committed to something.
Okay, so other than a parking lot, what are you considering?
How about,
they won't fund a parking lot.
Right, but other than us making a parking lot or cleaning it up there, what is the consideration of what we would do?
That's not my call. That's your call through public stakeholder engagement. And that was really my pushback in that meeting, is that we as a community, we as a city are considered, you hear comments about good old boy network out there and all that kind of thing, that we're not easy to work with. We had a very significant stakeholder engagement process. Stakeholders, we had 1,200 plus stakeholders involved with this process who all weighed in on this plaza. To go from a process that is stakeholder engagement to city council saying, no, we don't have the funds, so we don't want to do it, that doesn't look like it's very stakeholder involved process. And it also reflects on DOLA when we do that type of thing as well. They see it as not being committed to the projects that we asked them to help us fund.
Right.
So optically, that's not a very good thing. If city council determines that they want to put in a parking lot, then that's city council's determination. The grant won't be there because it won't fund it. But our recommendation can't necessarily be to go against what community stakeholders want, because our process is to engage with stakeholders to find out what the community wants according to our comprehensive plan, and then develop that plan according to the community's desires.
So the stakeholders were expecting a certain plan with bathrooms, activities, right?
They started from
from
bare land at the very beginning. Patrick was actually doing that in the initial phases of it. Bare land with concepts thrown out there, but they did ultimately. Initially was three different options, similar to the Western Gateway.
Right.
3 different options. What do you as a community collectively want to see on the plaza. And that's where we got the design we got, the conceptual design, and then we went to the final design.
So in those three concepts, Rick's 100% right. They did a very similar process to what they did with Western Gateway. They put out three very different concepts, and then they had the public decide which features you liked, which features did the public like from each of those concepts. And then they melded that into that final concept, and that's how they came to that design.
Yeah, I understand that. So they approved, or they voted on a concept.
Yeah.
And we were not able to provide that concept that
Correct.
they approved.
Correct.
And so with that, the city council said if we can't provide the bathrooms, the activity at that location, why would we move forward and spend that money?
Well, that's
$1 million.
That's your
to do
call.
something else.
It's your call. I'm
Well,
just
I
saying.
think the city
I'm just
council
saying,
made that call.
Optically, I did not hear the city council make that call. The city council did not award a contract. We did not hear after that what the ask was, or what the order was after that. You just didn't award a contract. So we went back to the staff. Our staff sat in the office and said, well, what do we do now? Because we don't know. Are we designing a parking lot? Are we going to revise it? Are we going to go back to citizens and say, what do you want to see? Because we don't have the full funding to do it. Optically, we needed to find out, well, not optically, but we needed to know from council, what is our direction? And if the direction is a parking lot, then we'll let DOLA know that we're going to do a parking lot. But that needs to be a determination by council, not us. We can't make that determination. That was our point. But optically, we are accused of doing what we want to do all the time, and not taking things not taking the community into consideration. Optically, if you want to look like you want to engage, and I'm speaking to the choir here. I don't know. If you want to look like you're engaging the community, then go back to the community and say, these are our options. We don't have enough money. That's my recommendation. This is what we have to do. This is how much money we have to do it. We can't do everything you want. What would you stakeholders like to see on Clock Tower Plaza? You can make a determination that, no, you don't want to do that. We can't, and we did not have the direction.
So I'd like to interrupt just quickly, because I don't think we're going to make a decision on this tonight. And Councilmember Worthington and I, when we were walking in tonight, sounds like our committees are going to survive the night for sure. And what I would recommend is that we have both the committee that Amy chairs and the committee that Fred chairs, and they meet together at the same time, and we work through this. So that was an idea that Kathy Worthington had put out, that we have times council members joining together, or those committees joining together. This seems like a great one, both finance and quality of life, that they would have a common meeting, and maybe we could move forward with just some direction that the staff is apparently looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember, I got Councilmember McCullough before you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I have two questions. So it sounds like it is possible to do some of what the stakeholder approved design was, right? It doesn't have to be all or nothing, right?
Correct. To what extent, we're not sure yet.
Yeah, it could be phased. I think we designed it that way, right, Leo?
Yeah, it was designed that way. The bid that we recommended, DOLA was in support of that and was going to award their full grant funding towards that bid, even though it did not include shade sails and restrooms. Those were some things that had to be cut to meet the budget that we had. So, but DOLA was supportive of that recommendation.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is, if we don't use the money that DOLA, provided us to do the planning, and we back out, does that mean that we run the risk of being bypassed for DOLA funding in the future?
I think they will give you a politically correct answer, which is, they try to be fair regardless of whether or not you turn back money. But when you read between the lines, there's a risk of that.
Yeah, and the way it works is that the last award thing, they had it here. So they had 40-some communities pitching their idea to DOLA here. And we were told that very thing, that if it won't hurt you if you give the money back. But honestly, in their minds, when they're evaluating all of those $15 million of asks, or $50 million of asks with $15 million of funds available, it comes in, people are human, comes into play. But the official answer is no, it won't impact us. And we have really good DOLA reps who really love this community. I mean, the one we're talking with the most comes here frequently and loves being here, so I think honestly we're okay.
Okay, again, I'm going to put you on, Councilmember Schmischer, but I would again recommend that we get this into the committees as opposed to deal with it here. We've got a lot of other items that we can take action on. And Councilmember Schmischer.
Thanks. I just had a process question. I love the idea. I love Councilmember Worthington's idea of having a joint budget, finance, public works, public safety, quality of life meeting. I'm wondering, with a joint committee meeting, how do we get that scheduled? Is it possible to just add it to the agenda for the Wednesday meeting that's already scheduled and invite the other folks? Is that?
Just let me know what you want and I'll get it posted.
That seems a little quick to me on this issue.
Sure.
I think we want to get a notice out to the public so that they can be part of that process. And we've got, that would put 14 citizen members on there too. So if we could move it to the next
7
week.
will already be there, but absolutely, we could schedule a separate meeting. I'll work with Fred. I just wanted to make sure, so we just need to let you know, and
I just need 24 hours advance.
Well, we'll get more than 24 so that citizens
Okay.
have plenty of time.
Sounds
Thanks.
great. Yep. We're good with the Clock Tower Plaza. City Administrator, are you going to put something out on the ballot study issue, or am I free to fire away?
I do not have anything for the ballot study committee.
Okay, so obviously, we've been dealing with the whole pool issue and the funds and everything else, and I want to lay out a strategy before I turn it over to Fred, who has been dealing with the Budget Study Committee, and just so we've got a trajectory, so we're not talking about this in a vacuum as far as what we need to do. So at the last meeting, it was stated that if we end up going to a ballot issue, that we have a September 1st deadline. And so the council needs to back up the plans and where we could go. The other big thing on my end, as far as the mayor and what I'm wanting to do, and I'm wanting to stay neutral on this, is just the process issue of making that we have a process that citizens get a voice on this in a strong way. So here's what I'm recommending, is that tonight we'll hear from the Budget Study Committee. They're going to present issues to us, and I believe that they're going to come down with 3 issues that they have dealt with. And then I'm recommending that on July the 21st, we have a special council meeting. And on that day, we're focused completely on this. The Budget Study Committee will have ceased to exist after tonight, and we're moving into the council kind of position. And what would happen is, based on the recommendations, that I'm hoping that there will be citizen champions for each one of those. That if citizens want to move forward with those, for instance, one of them, if it's the pool. Right now, the pool is a white sheet of paper as far as I'm concerned. So champions step up. They meet before the 21st as many times as they want to. They come up with a plan, and they have a spokesperson, and they get 20 minutes, and they pitch it to the council. And whatever the other 2 items are, if there's champions behind that takes place. And so the council is sitting here hearing from the issues that the Budget Study Committee put together. I'm also proposing that we have up to 3 wild cards in there. That simply means if there's something that is outside of that Budget Study Committee that somebody wants to pitch, that they can do that as well. And it's all about citizens saying, hey, we've got these resources and this is where we would go. Following that, and I've got a couple other details past that, that would be on July the 21st. The next council meeting is on August 3rd, so that citizens now have 13 days between the 21st and August 3rd to write their council member and say, this is what I'm in favor of. On August 3rd, the council needs to make a decision as far as where they would want to go with any of the items that they would be looking for the ballot to put that on. And I'm coming back to the pool issue about going not to the ballot, so please be aware. So if it's going to go to the ballot, which I believe under Tabor and the spirit of Tabor, in my mind, that is something that would go forward. After the 3rd meeting, the August 3rd meeting, direction would be given to the attorneys that they can put together the ballot language, and then the next city council meeting is on August the 17th, and the council can make a final determination at that meeting as far as what would go on the ballot on September 1st. There are questions out there if it is focused on a pool and a smaller pool. Do we need to go back to the citizens? And that is something that I think we should deal with if in fact it comes to that, where the citizens or where this council makes a determination that that's where we want to go. I would hold that off as opposed to simply dealing with it. Let everyone make their pitch and see where we can go from there. So I believe that is a process. What I'd like to see tonight is that the Budget Study Committee makes their 3 recommendations. The Ballot Study Committee, excuse me, you're chair of that one as well, not the study, but the budget. The Ballot Study Committee makes their recommendations, and I know that there's a presentation ready to go for that, and then we would move forward on the 21st. So I have I've met with people, and my position is, as the mayor on this particular subject, I don't care what the solution is. This is about the citizens and the council making a determination, and I'd like to be the umpire to say this is how the process works. And much like we did, I think, with a successful flock meeting where we had one specific topic and people made a presentation, the same thing would be true here on the recommendations on July 21. Again, it gives time for the council on August 3rd to make a determination, and August 17th with a final proposal that could go on the ballot. And I see I've got people who want to discuss that. That's fine. What I'm hoping is that we hold off on that determination as far as this recommendation until after the Ballot Study Committee makes their presentation, and then we have one package to deal with it. The last
Mayor Lund?
issue. Yep.
Can we clarify something real quick?
Sure thing.
On July 21st, there's already a meeting at 6 p.m. that involves 2 council members. Can you tell me what time you're planning that meeting that night?
I'm open to whatever. When Ryan and I had our weekly meeting, we came up with that date, and I don't think we were aware of that.
It's the...
What is it specifically?
The Police for Certified Safe Community meeting.
Okay. If that has to go forward on that day?
Yes, it's
Okay. I'm open to another day. It's the concept. I do have traveling plans following the 21st, so I prefer not to have it right after that, and I'd like to give as much. If we can put it before our meeting on the 20th, or we can go ahead and plan on having a long meeting specifically on the 20th with that as well, if in fact the council makes that determination they want to go forward with this. The last item is we are collecting the tax right now, and based on conversations with Ryan and myself and the finance director, I believe in that account right now is $1,350,000 and change as far as where we're at. We've had discussion about what the additional collections are, and that is basically going to be probably in the 900 to 1.1 million range. And so at the end of this particular year, we would be looking at an amount of $2.2 to $2.4 million that would be in the account that we're dealing with. And then in November, the council has to make a determination if we're collecting the tax. That will be post-election, and so we'll have plenty of direction at that point. If we go through with this and it gets on the ballot and something passes or it doesn't pass, the council will have the ability to make a determination about keep collecting the tax or it's now pushed into something else. And that's all part of the process as far as what we would be looking at to make that happen. So to me, this is a whole package that moves it through in an organized fashion. The council is going to be making the determination as far as the process. It goes to the ballot, and we have the whole thing laid out as far as where we would like to go. With that, Councilmember Schmischer.
Thank you. I love this idea. I love the idea of having citizen champions and having, if we can find an evening that doesn't have another meeting, if we're going to have lots of presentations and really meaningful conversation, I think it would be great to have a separate meeting, maybe even July 22nd. So that it can give as much time as possible, but whatever works for folks. I did have a couple of questions about the process itself. Sure. With the citizen champions, I love the idea of them coming forward. I guess I am a little bit concerned. How will they find each other? And B, what if you have 2 different ideas about how to move forward with the refund? What if you've got one citizen group that wants to do a sales tax holiday, and you've got another citizen group that wants to do a stormwater water bill credit? Same thing with the pool. What if you have one that wants to go forward with an option where you have, you're able to use existing funds and nothing needs to go on the ballot? And what if the other one, I think we got a change.org petition for let's put something on the ballot so we can use the existing funds to also cover O&M. So I guess I'm wondering, how do we do that? Because I love the idea of it not having council involvement, so
Yep.
they can just meet on their own and figure it out and not have to post things.
So that's exactly right, Councilmember Schmischer, is the getting together and figuring it out, so that people that are focused on the pool, they get together with the multiple ideas, and can they come up with a consensus position that this is what we want to do as far as moving forward on that, and even have a spokesperson that they would have specifically for that as their champion. They have a PowerPoint presentation or however they want to design it, and it's there, and that consensus is kind of forced into making happen, because if we come up with multiple pool issues as an example, that's not going to help the council at all. And if we could have, I know that there's people who want to speak on that issue tonight and are aware a bit of the process that I've met with, Ben and some other ones that are out there, and they like the idea, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Ben, I don't see you out there, but I think you're there. They like the idea of the people coming together, and this is what we finally consider as a pool, because anybody that's on social media, and I am, by the way, I was expecting a laugh with that, but it got none. There's multiple ideas out there, and how do we bring that together? And this is the opportunity, in my mind, to do that and to pull us together, and the council makes a decision on whatever date we select.
I guess I just mean, how will they find each other to know that, so that we don't end up having two presentations on the same topic? I just wonder if we should maybe have one scheduled meeting so everybody knows, come to City Hall if you're interested in being a champion or working on any of these, and we're not organizing them, we're just saying.
I think that's a great idea, that sometime this week even, because we're limited on time, that we have a meeting and get it out as fast as we possibly can, that we're having the meeting based on those three issues that I think will come out tonight. And then the wild cards, I don't think you have to do that. You're going to be basically presenting your own self and collecting your own group. And I know that there's one person sitting in the audience as well that has a wild card idea that I think is fantastic, and we should hear from that person as well. And it really open up that this is citizen driven as far as what do you do with $2.1 million that is given to us at a tax that is possible, and how do we come to a conclusion about that before September 1st?
So maybe, would it be okay if we went ahead and gave that direction to post? Not that any of us should necessarily be there, because it wouldn't be a city council meeting, it would just be a, hey, you guys can come and.
Yeah, if you guys are in favor, I wasn't making the assumption that you were going to absolutely support this, but if you are in favor of it and that's where we want to go, I think that's a great thing to do. And again, I think all of us need to stay back and go into our quasi-judicial role a little bit, as far as people making a presentation and see what citizens come up with, and that includes the wild card ones, which again, there's people have sent an idea, and there's some great ones out there.
I don't know if I fully agree with the quasi-judicial, because I don't think that
I was
this would be
using that in jest.
Oh, okay,
So
okay.
it was in
Because I think
jest.
if citizens have questions, I always want to make sure that I'm
No,
responsive.
no, I wasn't talking about
Okay.
those rules. I was
Okay,
simply saying the council maybe doesn't become the advocates for a
sure.
particular
We're listening.
position. We're the listeners, and then we make a decision. So
The one-
I was in
sure.
jest.
The one other question that I had, and it may be for Catherine, I thought that we had to have 2 votes because it's something going on the ballot, and that we had to get that to Fremont County by September 1. So if we have the first vote at our August 17th meeting.
Third.
Oh, I thought that on 13th, or on the 3rd, we were providing council with the direction about what we wanted them
I
to
would assume that's a
draft.
motion. Is that going to be counting as a
Oh,
vote or
sorry,
not?
But we were providing them a motion with what direction we wanted them to draft the ballot language.
No, that's exactly right. I'm just wondering if that counts.
So the council the city's referred questions both by ordinance and by resolution. So with the timing on this, if you would like to do it by resolution, that's fine. There's no law on which way you have to go. So it's council's call, and since the timing on this is so tight, I'm not sure we have time for an ordinance, because it would have to be first reading on the 3rd. So you'd need a lot more meetings in July, at the end of July, to get this sorted.
So let's clarify that. What you're saying is that we can't have a debate on the 3rd and come up with a decision, and someone makes a motion as a resolution and get that to you. We're going to have to make a decision prior to that. Is that what you're saying?
The schedule you've laid out, my understanding was on the 3rd, you would give, on our office direction on what to draft, the ballot question to draft.
That is
to be
correct.
referred.
But there would be multiple options on that meeting that the council would be considering, and without a drafted resolution prior, that this is what is in the packet and we're
And we
going
can
forward.
draft more than one option, that's fine. If that's the direction we get on the 3rd and council isn't ready to actually pull the trigger and you want us to draft multiple options, that's fine, we can do that. But on August 17th, you're going to have to pass that resolution that
No, I
actually
hear you.
refers that ballot.
I'm hoping that the council will make a decision on the 3rd, but that's going to be up to them, that they can focus on one thing and get it to you. So we're giving plenty of notice to the citizens that this would be going forward.
But I guess the distinction is if we follow this timeline, we would need to put, just to make sure I'm hearing you correctly, Attorney Sellers, we would need to put this ballot question on by resolution. So we would only have the actual draft ballot language in front of us once on August 17th instead of twice if we did it by ordinance. Just
Correct.
and I know we're not getting into
No,
support or
that's
anything. I
fine.
just want clarity.
Yeah, but we're on the same page. That's exactly how I understand it. Okay, is everybody as a council member on there? Okay. Is everyone giving a thumbs up that this is okay on the process? Okay.
Oh, no, sorry, I thought we were talking about that after.
We can, but I just think there seems to be consensus that we're good on that. And then what I'd like to do is turn it over to Councilmember Tony, and he talks about the ballot study committee and the 3 recommendations.
I love the process and ideas. I guess I'm a little bit concerned because we just got this like 30-page document when we sat down. And I don't know how long it isn't numbered, but like a very long document about what's coming out of the ballot study
I think what they've
committee.
got is 10 minutes to make a presentation, and they just wanted to talk about process. And
Oh, great.
the bottom
Love
line
to hear about the
is
process.
just simply the 3 items, which I consider to be neutral, that we don't put our thumb on any 3 of them. That, again, allows for the champions to grab a hold of it and they can move forward. So
Definitely,
I'm
as long
hoping
as
that-
this what's came out of, as long as those 3 are what came out of the ballot study committee.
I think
Got it.
they just want to know the process, or want to make sure the process is there.
Yeah, we should be finished by 10.
Yep.
Can I ask a quick process question, just so I understand?
Go ahead.
And this may be beneficial for the public. On the wild cards, is that like a first come, first serve? Who makes it to the podium first? Because are you gonna, if there's a 4th or 5th wild card, or is council gonna be like, nope, sorry, we're only taking 3?
No, I think we have to be as open as possible with that.
Okay.
I gave 3, but, and I would be surprised if there's more than that. The wild card thing is just to say that even if you didn't approach the ballot study committee, you still have the option of getting something before this council on whatever date we select to have that. And so, again, the stress is on citizens making their pitch, and we make a decision from there.
Yeah, not only if it wasn't before the ballot study committee, but we had some great ideas
Within it.
within that committee, too.
I just think you need a champion. And
Yeah.
again, there's a champion out there. I know what the issue is he wants to pitch, and I'm 100%. It's a wild card. Let's go for it. Any other discussion on process? With that, Councilmember Tony, fire away.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone here tonight, especially some of the citizens that helped out in the early stages of the ballot study committee. We started this about 2 weeks ago, and a lot of these citizens here tonight made everyone in the committee, so I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And you guys represent a civic core, and the willingness to be at all of those during that public process is sincerely appreciated. Thank you. At the same time, as members of the City Council here, our responsibility extends beyond those gathered in this room tonight. We have to serve 17,000 residents in Canyon City. And while the votes we hear tonight are important, or the voices tonight are important, we have to consider the many households and people that couldn't make it here tonight. They either have jobs, they're evacuating, helping evacuations, they have health concerns or family responsibilities, other commitments. So our duty is to make decisions that reflect the best interests of the entire community. So thank you. The ballot committee was established to provide the City Council a well-considered alternatives for the use of the revenue generated by the 0.3% sales tax approved by the voters back in November 24. The tax is about $300 on $100,000 for every $100,000 in taxable sales. And by the end of 2026, we anticipate approximately $2.4 million that have been collected. And the ideas that we collected through some of the first stages of these meetings, everything from Incline Park up to Skyline Drive and a modest pool. All those were brought up in this committee, and we looked at all of those. The committee was comprised of volunteer citizens who generously donated their time and effort. Despite the challenges of the Aspen fire, the 4th of July holidays, work obligations, medical appointments, family emergencies, and many demands of everyday life, their commitment to serving Canyon City reflects the very best of our civic engagement, and I want to express my sincere appreciation for those that served on that committee. I'd like, if you would, please stand up. I'd like to introduce Brendan. I don't think he didn't make it tonight. I think he's actually going. Oh, he is here. Thank you, Brendan. I thought you were on vacation. Justin, can you stand, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. James and Vicky, Jessica, Tammy, and Bob. Thank you. I'd like to thank all of them for attending these meetings. They were at 6 o'clock on Mondays and Fridays for the last 2 weeks. We wanted to meet this deadline, so they worked really hard to get this done. Like I said, we met twice a week and to get this executive summary before the council tonight. Over a 2-week period, we held 4 meetings. During the first 3 sessions, we received guidance from the city attorney. Thank you very much. Regarding the legal issues and accumulated sales tax revenue and options available at the end of the current tax period, and the city's ability to continue the tax or the city's ability to continue the tax and support the future community projects. We also welcome public participation, and those who attended shared thoughtful ideas and perspective throughout the process. Attendance in the first 3 meetings averaged about 20 residents per session. However, public comment occupied about half of each one of those sessions of a 1-hour session, and ensuring that every attendee had a meaningful opportunity to be heard. Our final meeting was conducted as a working session, during of which committee members reviewed the evaluation forms, discussed the results, and developed recommendations to present to the City Council this meeting, at this meeting tonight. So with that, I'd like Jessica Hughes to please give us that executive summary. Thank you, Jessica.
Welcome, Jessica. And before you start, I would like to state that these are the people who are set to speak on this particular issue. I haven't forgot about you. As soon as we get the presentation, I'll start working through this as far as public comments. So you will be on the podium and being able to address this issue. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Jessica, and I had the pleasure of being on this ballot committee. I thoroughly enjoyed everybody on it. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but there's a packet for each of you to go through the very specific details, but I'm going to explain what's in here, and then I have an insert to read to you as well. The first page is the option discovery question sheet, and that kind of just breaks down all the questions that we asked during this process. And there was 8 sections. We considered legal viability, financial reality, operational feasibility, community alignment, pros, cons, risks of choosing an option, which considered the legal risk, financial risk, operational, political, community risks, unintended consequences, and then our last one was risks of not choosing the option. And then the second page is the scoring rubric. Each point was scored between a 0 and 5, and next to it kind of explains they're a little different, but it kind of explains the neutrality of it. So if you go to page 13 on the back side, I know they're not numbered, you may have to count. It'll have a highlighted circle next to it. This is the insert I'd like to read to you. A citizens ballot committee was created to discover feasible options to utilize the collected tax funds from the 2024 tax ballot. Over these past couple of weeks, the committee has conducted a thorough evaluation of potential uses for the tax revenue currently held by the city. We selected 3 options, 2 by a 6 to 8 majority vote, and a third added in response to online speculation from residents. Each option was reviewed using the same standardized 40-point scoring system and the same discovery question framework to ensure fairness, consistency, and transparency. The final scores are listed in numerical order. Option A, the Western Gateway project, which scored a 28 out of 40. Option B, a water bill credit, 26 out of 40. And option C, a modest pool, a 25 out of 40. Although all options scored closely, the committee's feasibility and readiness review determined that option A is the most sufficient and actionable choice at this time, which is the Western Gate project. A strong majority, 6 of 8 members, agreed that option A and option C were the most meaningful long-term options for the community. Other options discussed, though not selected, included the Skyline Incline, the Safety and Public Works, Economic Development Fund, and road infrastructure and sidewalks. Why option B was included? Option B was not part of the original plan. It was added solely because of the public speculation that residents wanted a refund. Under the current tax structure, a true refund is not legally possible, as the tax cannot be split or returned individually. Therefore, option B, the water bill credit, was included as the closest legally viable alternative. However, it does not fulfill a long-term community goal and would provide residents with only an approximate $100 credit. Why option A is the most sufficient choice? While both option A and C received strong support, option A is the only option with strong enough structure and readiness to move forward responsibly. Option C has no active proposal, which is the pool. There is currently no formal, funded, or detailed proposal for the modest pool. There's no design, no cost estimate, no operational plan, no partner agency prepared to lead. Without a proposal, option C cannot be implemented at this time. Option A already has momentum. Western Gateway improvements are already part of the Riverfront Initiative and have a defined concept, existing planning groundwork, clear feasibility, lower risk, and no major legal barriers. It's the only option that is both meaningful and immediately implementable. Option B provides immediate dissolution. Option B does not offer a long-term investment. It does not create a community asset, does not improve infrastructure, does not address recreation needs, and does not fulfill the original purpose of the tax, so it's not transformative. Our conclusion, given the absence of the pool proposal and the temporary nature of the water credit, option A is the most responsible and actionable choice at this time. Tax continuation and funding scenarios. 2 possible approaches may exist for options A and C. 1, the tax may continue to be collected to support phased implementation of option A, or it may be discontinued with a project funded through alternative sources. Alternatively, the tax may continue to be collected and held in a reserve until a future pool proposal is developed. Revenue projections. By 2027, approximately $2.4 million will be available. If collection continues through 2028, an additional $1.6 million is anticipated. This results in roughly $4 million in total funds. These estimates exclude any grants or donations that may be secured for either project. The committee followed the same guidelines, scoring system, and evaluation criteria for all 3 options. We have also provided a thorough comparison between option A and option C based on feasibility, readiness, community alignment, and responsible stewardship of tax revenue. Option A, Western Gateway project, is the most sufficient and actionable at this time. Option C remains a value community's desire, but lacks a formal proposal. Option B does not provide long-term value. And we have in addition, just encouragement to the citizens regarding the pool. The committee wishes to emphasize clearly, please do not give up on the idea of a community pool. The failure of the previous proposal does not mean the concept should be abandoned. Instead, we strongly encourage residents to revisit the pool through the Recreation District. The Recreation District has the legal authority to place its own tax measure on the ballot, propose a new, more modest pool plan, and request funding directly from voters. This is one viable pathway for a future pool. Advocate for a realistic community-sized pool. A smaller, affordable pool is far more likely to succeed than the previous large-scale proposal. Ask challenging questions. Residents should feel empowered to ask direct, clarifying questions about cost, operation, staffing, sustainability, partnerships, and design scope. A strong community engagement leads to better proposals. Stay engaged. The pool remains a long-term community desire. Continued advocacy and participation in the Recreation District meetings can help shape a pool proposal that is both realistic and supported. We encourage residents to stay engaged by asking questions and continue advocating for amenities, including a pool, that will strengthen Canyon City. Respectfully submitted, the ballot committee. And the very last pages are the comparison between the Western Gate and the pool for a closer scope.
Thank you, Jessica.
So we have, that to go over. I mean, this is the first time the city council's seen it, but I think the ballot committee accomplished their goal in giving these ideas to the city council to look at, and the great idea of including the others, the other proposals is good. Whether it's the incline or the safety and security, sidewalks, all of that. I mean,
Or one we
so-
haven't heard yet.
One thing I'd like to read is from some guidance from the attorney here. Again, this was read at the beginning of our, one of our meetings. If the city wants to stop the tax, it does not need to put that on the ballot. The city, it can repeal the ordinance implementing the tax and notify the state in November that the sales tax will no longer be collected on January 1st, 2027. The city can use the money for any purpose so long as the voters approve it. The city could use what is collected and stop collecting, or use what is collected and ask the voters to allow to continue to collect for different purposes or purpose. If the city wants to use the money for a pool, it is going to have to put some thought into what exactly the funds would be used for, since the city does not currently own or operate a pool.
Okay, thank you. And I want to just clarify again on the process. I figure we've got 3 horses that made it through the gate, and as far as from my process standpoint, they're all weighted the same at this point, that it's an equal thing, and that the 3 that I think made it through the gate were a refund that could look at, and you focused on water, but I think, again, the champion should focus on whatever they think is equitable for a refund process. The other one is a pool, and no definition on that. Again, there's a champion and bringing the groups together, and the other one is the Western Gateway Project. Those are the 3 that came out of the ballot study committee, and then we would do something with the wild card. Councilmember Schmischer.
Thanks. I just have a couple of process questions. Who made the decision to add the refund based on online input? Based on what I saw in the final public meeting that was posted online, it seemed like it was just a tally and nobody was talking about the refund. So when and how was that decision made?
Just in the comment section, there was quite speculation of citizens asking for a refund, and we just threw that in there, and it's not the strongest option. We threw that in there to kind of throw light on it, that it's really, it's not a fair refund technically, and all that is, there's very much detail inside the packet.
I guess I'm just wondering who the "we" is. Did the ballot study committee have another meeting and make that decision?
No, several of us were online through social media and stuff. So there were just comments posted under different posts. I can't label the post right this second.
And then who drafted this, and did the ballot study committee review it in a public meeting and approve it, or where is it coming from, if that makes sense? I'm just trying to get a sense of how the 3 or 4 meetings resulted in this.
So we took basically the input from the citizens, and we tried to choose options, even though they're not the strongest options, choose options that would represent the public and what they wanted. And the main one was the pool, and we also saw the refund, and then the Western Gateway offered an opportunity for playgrounds and a swimming area, that would kind of compensate for children to swim. And there are some other things in here that, possibly just adding in the raft companies, if they have contracts with the city for where they, use private property or stuff.
Oh, not with the city, but they do have a private property.
Yeah.
But I guess my question is, who put pen to paper and drafted the document? And then did the ballot study committee, review it and approve it? Or what was the process?
So the ballot committee, on the last meeting, everyone turned in their scorecards. And from those scorecards, Jesse had compiled those together. We asked the question in the last meeting, is there any other comments from the committee on those? There were no other comments, so those were compiled, and then
We
This is
did
the result of that.
use email to send out a copy and then ask for input from each committee member to give back their feedback and opinions on edits, and then just edit it from there.
Gotcha.
So it took about 4 times of editing, but
This is like a huge undertaking, and I love that we had so many citizens that were so eager to participate and were willing to give up so much of their time. I do have just a couple of other process questions. Is there a reason why it wasn't provided to the public before tonight? Like why it wasn't part of our city council agenda so that people could read it and know?
It's up to the city council. Our goal was to get it to the city council and the city council to take it from here as the ballot committee worked through these sessions, get it to the council, let the council take it out from here to the public. And, we thought about different ways we could do that with QR codes or whatever, but we have no idea. So the city council needs to decide
Sure. I
from
guess
this.
I'm just thinking about Phil's big stack of people who want to speak, and it might be easier for them to be able to formulate what they wanted to say if they had access to this whole document. So I'm just wondering why it wasn't online with the rest of the agenda. Like if there was a reason why it wasn't online. With the
Yeah,
rest of the
so
agenda.
in the last 2 weeks, we've had 4 meetings. They worked through July 4th. They worked through all those,
Sure.
that we said. It
We've-
was
Sure.
we've still
printed
been
this
editing
afternoon.
through the weekend. So
Gotcha.
we're time crunched, but
Gotcha.
it
So
is
the reason is because it was just done now. Is it possible to go ahead and add it to the agenda so anybody, because we've only got the hard copies, I think, so anybody who wants it can look at it later?
Do you have a digital copy I can send?
Awesome. And then just one, I think I just have one more. During the, let's see, I think Fred, 2 more. I think Fred introduced somebody named Vicky who I don't think was
I'd met Vicky, and she was at a meeting that I had attended, and I told her that I was going to appoint. I actually need to make the paper trail for that.
Okay.
But yes, and
So-
Vicky's sitting right there.
So yay, thank you so much for your service, Vicki. Do you think, would that be something that we should put into the minutes from tonight? Or how does that work?
I
make
have
sure
to
that
sign
we
a
are-
document, much like I did for the appointments of the other ones, that simply say, this is appointed, because it was a mayor appointment to do that. So I need to do that, and it just got off my plate. I apologize for that, but I told Vicki that she was going to be on there, and I told the chair that she was going to be on there, and I expanded it out with that. So you're right, that needs to be done.
I think that explanation is sufficient.
Okay,
Yeah.
awesome. So we don't need anything in the minutes or anything at all?
No.
Awesome, okay.
Well, this will be in the minutes.
Oh, sure. And then the last question I had, I'm so glad that we were able to have the attorneys, I think you said there for the first 3 meetings to provide their, I think you
Attorneys.
mentioned in your readout of the process that the attorneys provided input during the first 3 meetings?
No, I did not say
Oh,
that.
I'm sorry, I must have misunderstood. What was your level of involvement, Attorney Sellers?
Or
the firm.
Corey and I have fielded questions from individual council members and staff, but we have not spoken to the committee as a whole or provided any legal advice to the committee as a
Okay,
whole.
so the section on like the legal viability questions and how risky they are legally, that has not yet been reviewed by the attorneys.
What I will say is that I did not know the Western Gateway project was on the table as an option, so I
didn't either.
I don't know on that one.
I'm not asking you to provide legal analysis on the spot. I just wanted to know if you had already reviewed this so we could read it as like, yes, this is what our attorneys think or not.
So you didn't know the Western Gateway was on there, but you watched the meetings?
No, I had a lot of citizens reach out with concerns about why they weren't allowed to give public comment in the third one.
In the
like
fourth
how-
one.
Oh,
Fourth
sorry,
one.
in the fourth one.
3
And-
meetings, the fourth one, was a working session because that's the only time we could really meet to work. And they'd already spoken in the previous meetings, so.
Okay,
And
I don't want to get into
Yeah,
the whatever.
I
I was
understand.
just trying to get an
And-
understanding of this document so I
and-
knew how to read it, that's all.
And citizens reached out to me, Amy, as well, and I've talked to committee members, and that's where I think the pivot right now is the committee did its work. They did a fine job. We thank you for them, and let's move into making sure the citizens are completely involved with the process going forward, and even throwing in the wild cards so that there is no debate whatsoever that citizens didn't have complete involvement with this process at the end of the day, and in fact that they are the champions for making that happen.
That sounds great. I guess my only concern remaining about the process is if there was a different one that the majority of the citizens on the ballot study committee voted for that got knocked out because some folks were online and saw comments. Like, I just want to make sure that the three, if we're going to go with that process, that the three really reflect what the citizens that were part of this committee that gave their time felt were the three
Yeah, I don't think
options.
anybody's putting their thumb on the scale. If I think you're talking about the refund, and so if that needs to go into the wild card and there's something else that rises to the surface, no problem at all as far as the process that I'm
I mean, I'm all
focused on.
for a refund.
Yeah,
I'm all
so
for
that-
giving the
that
voters
was
what they
a
want, but I just want to make
critical-
sure that the process is clean.
Yep.
And that whatever the ballot study
We agree.
committee recommended gets one of the three for sure spots.
Yeah, so that's a critical component of the first part of that is we can stop the taxes and issue a refund in some shape or form, or we could continue the taxes that'll go through towards a project. So I think that's sort of a foundational step. Do you stop the tax or continue the tax? So that's one reason that refund was on.
Yeah, and to clarify, this is the citizens' money, and not a dime of this can be spent outside of a vote, as far as I'm concerned. I know that there's conversation about a refund can be given, and that doesn't need to go to the vote of the people. This was a sales tax, again, just to clarify. That sales tax was paid by Texans, it was paid by Nebraskans, Kansans, people who live in the county, and there's no way to figure out exactly how to give a refund for the sales tax, so it would have to be something else. And again, I think what we're saying is if there's a champion for this, make it happen. If we need to move that into a wild card position, let's do that. But at the end of the day, on August 3rd, everybody's got their say. Everyone had a chance to pitch what needs to happen. Was it perfect as far as this committee and exactly how things were run? Every committee has its flaws, and these people were working with urgency and used a criteria to get something out, and I commend them. And I stayed away from it completely. I had no influence on this project at all, and that's what I plan on doing with the future as well. So, James, I think you want to speak?
Yeah, if I may, just a moment. Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor, council members. I wanted to address Councilmember Tony directly. I formally dissented to this report, this study. It was wrought with errors, procedural errors, everything. Excuse me, I sent an email to Fred and Mayor
Can you
Lund
speak,
about this.
1 second, can you speak a little closer?
Excuse
Thank
me.
you.
Yeah, I sent an email to Mayor Lund about this and directly to Councilmember Tony. I dissented from this formally. I thought the report, the finding was just wrought with issues, and I will look forward to sending that email to everybody individually. Thank you.
And full disclosure, James and I met and talked through it for an hour. He's in favor of the procedure going forward with what I laid out, and so I know that there were concerns, and I met with him, and I met with also Justin sitting there, who's also on the committee. So those kind of meetings did, and the focus, Councilmember Schmischer, was on process to make sure that we're being fair and equitable.
It's so wonderful to hear. It's so important that we have a really clean, fair, equitable process where all citizens' voices can be heard and respected and reflected in what is presented to council at the end. So I'm glad to hear that, and I'm looking forward to reading your email. James, thanks so much for participating in the process, and all of the members who participated.
Councilmember Dennehy.
Thank you. You know, I want to say with these three options, I think one thing that's really important that, you know, and we've said a refund, and it's an estimated here. And it hasn't been said because we've talked about, you know, the Western Gateway and possibly a pool, but the refund for everybody is going to be approximately $100. Just so everybody kind of knows, that's an estimate. You know, it's based on number of residents, but it's so if everybody's thinking, oh gosh, we want the refund, it's going to be, but it's still $100, which to a lot of people, that's a lot of money. And so just to let everybody know, that is roughly the amount.
And that would be people that are paying a water bill. So if anybody that's outside of a water bill you're not paying, there would be no refund. And that whole equity issue is a real challenge.
I know we're not putting our thumb on the scale, but given that we have so many citizens who aren't in the water district, can we ask for water/stormwater so it does cover?
Absolutely, I totally agree with that.
Okay,
that
awesome.
We don't focus on one thing right now. Again, my view is those three horses made it through, and they need a champion, and whoever that champion is for a refund can come up with whatever option they want, including beyond water and stormwater. Okay, I'm going to move on to make sure we get public comments, because we've got some other issues that we need to deal with. So I'm going to take these in the order that I have them. And Gwen Ferguson, you were online, and if you want to get ahead in the list, all you have to do is get online, and they get to me first, as opposed to filling these things out. So, Gwen, thank you for coming.
Hello. My name is Gwen Ferguson. Maybe I should be making these comments on the 20th or 21st after hearing all this, but I'll just go ahead tonight with
Sure.
what I planned. So I've lived
Nice
in
and close
Can-
to that mic, please.
Okay, how's that?
Better.
Okay. I've lived in Canyon City since 1995, and I raised my kids here, and we enjoyed a lot of hours of fun at the RC Ichabod pool while our kids were growing up. And I dug through the dustbin, and I found this daily record from July 12th of 2000.
You
And
got
the
to stay
picture
close
on
to
the
that mic,
front-
I'm sorry.
The picture on the front is me and my daughter coming down the slide. She was 3 years old then. And it's such a great memory of all the times that we spent at the pool. And so in 2024, I voted for the 0.3% sales tax for pool construction. And I don't vote for raising taxes or new taxes, rarely. But I really think it's important that we provide a pool for our kids and adults too who want to use it, but especially for our kids to learn to swim and just to have fun, you know, during the summer at the pool. And I want that opportunity that my kids had. I want the other kids in our town for decades to come to have that same thing. So I did vote for that tax. And in voting for it, I wasn't voting for a specific pool plan that was laid out by the rec district, but I was voting for us to have a pool. I saw that as an opportunity with the sales tax versus how it had been presented in previous ballot issues as one that I could support. And so the people spoke in 2024 because that was passed for pool construction. So we're coming here tonight and saying we're coming up with other ideas to use this tax for, and we spoke in 2024 and said what we wanted it used for. So that's, I think, an important thing for the City Council to remember. No new taxes are needed, and the money is already being collected. I think we have an incredible opportunity to finally make a pool happen if we just get creative and figure it out. So I just don't want to see this tax money used for any other city project. Western Gateway, I'd never heard of it before till these meetings that I started to attend. Sounds cool, but whoever's idea it is, I'm sure had some idea for how they wanted to fund it. And they can do the legwork, and they can put something on the ballot, and they can try to get a tax passed to use for that. But this tax money was passed to use for a pool. So I don't support it being used for any of the other city projects, and it's not realistic that we're going to do a refund. I don't even think that's a realistic option. So I've been doing my own little survey as I go around to my chiropractor and the grocery store and my gym and just asking people, hey, would you want the tax we already passed in 2024 to build a pool, use it to build and operate a modest-sized seasonal pool? And guess what? Nobody has said no. Everyone has said yes. When they know that the tax has already been passed and it's being collected and we can come up with a new plan for a more modest pool, they say yes. We would definitely support that. We have a blank slate here to come up with a pool that we can build and operate with the budget of the money already approved by the voters. This is such a win-win for Canyon and for our kids. And so I just urge you to please move forward with the plan to use the tax money for what it was intended for those of us that voted on it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask, how many are here for the pool? Raise your hand if you're here, you're wanting the pool. Okay, my guess is that there's a champion in the audience that is here already, and I would ask that maybe you put out a sheet of paper if somebody who does that and capture each other's names, and somebody become that advocate. The person who just spoke is correct that it's a blank sheet of paper, and I think what the council needs to hear is details of what actually that looks like, and the consensus would be there to get it there, because it is. And I think all of us are, I like pizza. Anybody here doesn't like pizza? Every one of us do. I think all of us like a pool. The question is, do you want ham and green peppers? Do you want onions or black olives? What do you want? And that's the deal that we're looking at. So again, we have assembled people here. I'm hoping that somebody will do what Amy's suggesting, which is to start coalescing, because we don't have many days to do that. With that, I'll put on Heather Darrow. Heather, are you here? Darrow, excuse me. That's okay. Welcome, Heather.
Hopefully one of you guys knows CPR in case I fall down.
We're all good. Make sure that mic's nice and close to you.
Okay. Oh, God. Okay.
You're
I'm
good.
gonna collect my thoughts. Okay. Normally I don't speak in when there's like a group of 3 or more people, so all right. Okay.
We're all for you. Go ahead.
I'll get that over with. Okay.
You did great at the previous meetings, and you got stronger every
Okay.
time. So
Well, thanks.
Go for it.
Yeah. So I watched the June 1st city council meeting where you had come up with the ballot committee, and I was inspired by that, and I thought, maybe I should try and come up with an idea for the pool to put on the ballot. And anyway, so I decided I came up with that idea and I put it on a petition and I spread it around the community. And 477 people have signed it. And, it was a real simple plan, just a modest pool. And my whole idea was like, okay, why don't we just take, the ballot language as it was written in 2024 and just add operations and maintenance to that ballot language. And then I heard about Kyle's suggestion, they really need to demo the existing pool. So I think adding that in as well could be a good idea. If we added those 3 things and say at the very beginning, without raising taxes, we're going to add operations, add maintenance, add demolition of the pool, and there you have it. We're not raising taxes. And, you could take some of those operations, you could take some of that money and put it into an interest-bearing account. And that could pay for the operations, and then you could take the rest of it and build a pool with. And I know it wouldn't be the pool that you designed, Kyle. You and a whole group of wonderful citizens came together and designed this pool that was beautiful. And I love that design, and I wish that was what we were moving forward with, but I feel like we have to consider an option B right now. My son's over there drawing over there. He's waving. He's what inspired me I was just so bummed when I found out that the city was backing out of the project and then the rec district. And I just feel like it's worth another shot to look at an option B, a smaller pool, a more modest pool, and working together, the rec district and the city, starting to, working together, continuing that relationship. Anyway, what else did I want to say? I think that most citizens in this town would rather have a pool rather than no pool at all. And I also feel like it's a moral responsibility. We need to give our kids swim lessons. They need to be able to learn how to swim before they go swim in the river. And so that's the part of the Gateway Project. I think that's a wonderful idea. I would totally vote for it. But I feel like we need to provide this basic need for our kids, this basic need of having a pool, providing safety. And then, you know, once we have that pool, yeah, let's look at that gateway project. And I just think that is, should take priority, the safety aspect. And then I guess I'm probably getting close to my 3 minutes, huh?
You're up, but
Oh, geez, I'm sorry. Could I
go
just
ahead.
ask one question?
Yep, go ahead. A question?
I just had
Sure.
a question about the wild card. You guys gave that whole analysis with the 3 options, and I was wondering if you guys are going to do the analysis of that wild card too to decide whether, like, because I guess I was wondering why the wild card hasn't gotten that detailed analysis that you guys went through. So that was my only question, sorry.
So again, I think I can deal with that. I've talked to people, and I do believe that there was some concern about the outcome of the committee and everything else. So the wild cards are to open up wild backup. That's a term we're all familiar with. And I'm hoping that on the day that there's a pitch, the folks in the pool is going to get 20 minutes to make your absolute best pitch. And the wild cards, I'm thinking in the 10-minute range, somewhere in there, that they get a chance to do that, and they'll pull together the group, they'll get a PowerPoint,
Okay.
and we'll have a chance for everyone to get out before this council exactly what their best effort is. So the analysis, right now, the 3 horses made it through. I think we can look at the analysis, but as far as I'm concerned, they're all equal at this point, and it's the champions who make a decision.
Okay, thank you.
Moving
Thank you
forward.
all.
Thank you. Benjamin Guggen. How do you pronounce your last name, Ben? Guggens. Okay, I figured that was how it was, but I knew a Goggins, so I was biased towards that. Welcome, Ben.
Thank you very much. I think Gwen and Heather mostly said what I want to say, but in terms of the committee, I did attend the last meeting, and first of all, I want to start off with something positive. Thank you, everyone and citizen, for being a part of that and volunteering your time and being a part of that. I think it's and I appreciate the process you put forward, Phil. I think it's really great to have citizens involved in these types of decisions and just getting ideas out. The part that I'm a little bit confused by is I did attend the last meeting and methodically went through the sort of the vote on everybody that was there, and people seem to even rank what their vote was, which maybe has no meaning. I guess they're all equal. But there were 8 people voted. I don't think Bob was there at the time, but his vote was cast by somebody else for him. But 6 people specifically said pool would be my #1 choice. So I am just floored by this report. I mean, what are we talking about? Like, the first thing on the list is the Western Gateway? I mean, like, I watched the last meeting. I thought that was the vote. Like, so, I mean, in terms of transparency and how this is coming about, I'm a little bit confused on, to be honest. And everyone specifically, like, ranked pool as #1, and then now we're saying we think that Western Gateway is our best option. Can anybody explain how you got from the meeting that was very public and everybody was watching to this? I'm really confused by this. So can anyone explain to this how this happened? Because I am floored. I really am. I think Fred should talk about that. Okay, Fred. I mean, it's all on camera, and we can go back and watch it. I mean, this was supposed to be the tally of the group and their personal decisions. So I'm just curious how we got to.
Yeah, so as you see, when you see this online, this study, you'll understand how it got there.
Okay, but I mean, in the meeting, you said this is what's going to be, everybody that votes, this is their ranked opinion, and they specifically said 6 out of 8 started with pool. There were some little qualifications on different things, but pool being #1, and I'm just baffled that we'd even be talking about the first option being the Western Gateway. But that's more of a process thing, and so I'm just a little bit confused on it, to be honest. Yeah, so that's really my biggest point. It's just having some sort of transparent process that we're giving up our days to show up and our evenings to show up to these meetings, and it feels like it's like, what is it we're a part of here? Because that parts coming out of it are something altogether different. So I've got a problem with that. So,
okay.
So I don't know if there's a better explanation than that, and I'll just pose one question and I'll be done. But we're talking about Western Gateway. So if council or anybody else wanted to put forward a tax proposal for paying for this thing, right? And you want to put this on the ballot, what do you think this is going to pass? If we're going to raise taxes to go pay for this gateway project? Just say it, you don't have to say it out loud, but if you can think to yourself, what's the answer to that? The answer is probably no. Why would we even think of taking pool money and pivoting to something that we can't even put a ballot together and get it passed? It blows my mind. So there's only one thing to do with the pool money, and that's a pool. And I think that a small, modest, I make my way around town. I talk to a lot of people. And everyone comes back every time. Can't we just do a replacement of what's over there? The process that the rec district put together with, it's up to $750,000 have been spent on trying to create a pool to put on a ballot. $100,000 study, another one for 60 or 70. The outcome has been, no pool. And so everyone I talk to just says a small, modest pool. Somehow that process that the rec district has isn't translating into common sense talking to a lot of people. So, and a lot of very caring, engaged people that I'm not even trying to throw under the bus, but just put a lot of effort into that, but the outcome is a non-pool. And so we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on studies, and we're not getting a pool out of the deal. So it just feels like a common sense solution is a small, modest pool and moving forward. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Ben. I appreciate that. I had coffee with Ben, full disclosure, that he and I had coffee last week, and we talked through this very issue. There's an equal amount of people that view that the operational money wasn't approved, and what I think, and Ben and I talked through this, again, I think if the pool is what ends up, it's going to come out stronger by going through this process as opposed to simply going a different direction. And as I mentioned with my pizza example, we're all in favor of a pool, but what is the details? And we've got to nail that down and bring people together, and this is a good chance to do that. The last thing I'll say, Ben, is that everybody's an equal. There is no thumb on that scale as far as the process. At this point, we're all coming through, and the pool gets its shot. But I do think if the pool is where it ends up, we'll have a community that's been brought together, as opposed to if the council just simply went with the pool right now, there would be a lot of political challenges within our community. Because there are people who are on the other side of that, and this gives us an opportunity to solidify that, or we figure out where we're going to go. But we got to take the white sheet of paper and we got to get past it. I got Councilmember Schmischer, and then you want to speak? Okay, you can go first. Go ahead, Councilmember Worthington.
Not having attended the ballot committee meetings and so forth, not knowing how the rankings came out and so forth, but the name that hasn't come out in any of this talk, yeah, we all want a pool, but where the name is the rec district. They're the ones that have to design. And so it's one of those to where we as the city can only do so much. We want a pool. We have pulled our hair out trying to help get a pool. So, but you have to, when you're talking about a modest pool, that's great. But unfortunately, we as a city right now, all we can work with is the money that has been collected with the 0.3%. So, and it's kind of hard to say, yeah, let's go ahead with the pool, which we hope it is. And I don't mean to put pressure on the rec district because, yeah, they want a pool too. They've done a lot to try and do this, but it's one of those to where until another design comes up, we're going out there with a decision that is only I'm going to say half-baked at the moment. We have to make decisions, but because there isn't a full design again as to what we're really going to vote on, especially if we're talking about a pool. So I'm just throwing that out there that it's still a potential partnership that we have to include the other half with.
And I'm going to Amy, but one of the things I think, Kyle, you're sitting there, your next meeting is the 14th? Okay, so July the 14th, the rec district is meeting, and I think anybody who's presenting a pool proposal needs to make sure that they're at the rec district and talking through that. As Councilmember Worthington was talking about, I think the city council views this as a rec district issue, and if in fact the attorney Sellers, if in fact we wanted to have a city a city pool, would we not have to, per the charter, like a park, to go back and that has to be approved by the voters, as opposed to simply we can say we're going to build a pool as a city?
I believe, and I don't have the charter in front of me, so subject to me looking at it, is that if you receive property for purposes of a pool, that's when you have to have an election. So if you have property available for a pool, then that would need to go.
So it's a two-step process.
So
if we're
here's
gonna
your
do that.
copy here. Can you give that to the attorney?
We're not going to solve this right now. It was a quick statement, and I want to move on at this point.
Is that the charter?
But just
I have
realize
the
this
charter.
is a complicated process, and we've got to work through it. Councilmember Schmischer.
Thanks so much, Phil. I really or Mayor Lund, I really appreciate it. I do think, like, just based on the three that have been presented thus far by the Ballot Study Committee and not knowing what the wild cards are, I think I would definitely echo a lot of what Councilmember Worthington said, that it has to be a partnership, because we would be the ones with the 0.3% collecting the sales tax, and the 2024 ballot language says built and operated by the rec district. So it does have to be a partnership. And I do think that this ballot option, and I don't know if the analysis backs me up or not, Jesse, you'll have to tell me later, but I do think that this one is probably a little bit more legally complicated. So I would, okay, I'm getting a head nod. I would, I guess I want to ask the attorneys a lot of questions and talk to a lot of members of the rec district board and just make sure that I understand walking into that meeting what is legally possible and what isn't, like making sure that we have our I's dotted and T's crossed, especially if the pool citizen committee, or not committee, sorry, the pool citizen champions who are going to fight it out about which of the pool options, I think that some may be more difficult legally and some may not be possible legally. So I do want to make sure, and I'm more than happy to do it, and I'd be happy to take Councilmember Worthington with me and copy her on everything, so we've got two council members aware and involved, but just to ask a lot of questions and have those conversations to be able to provide whatever they may need.
The only thing I would caution on that is I'd like the council to appear neutral on this, because they are neutral.
I'd be so happy to
opposed-
do that for any of the citizen
Right,
champions. If
exactly.
they have legal questions, because the attorneys work for us, they don't work for folks who aren't city representatives. They're correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Sellers. But so I'd be any of the citizen champions
Yep.
that have legal questions or want anything. I'm more than happy to be very neutral and be there with a listening ear on July, whatever date.
Yep.
But just, I know that the pool is more legally fraught and has more partners,
Yep.
probably. So
We,
putting that out there.
we just,
Would you accept my offer?
Okay.
Thanks, Kathy.
We want fairness for sure, and again, this is an offer to citizens, champions, and the group to make your best pitch. And I think whoever comes out in the end is going to have a better process, and as somebody mentioned, it's got to get voted on by the citizens on November 3rd and be passing. And so, like a primary, when you have political opponents, you come out better because you've had a primary as opposed to just going on the ballot. And this is the chance for in the primary situation. Mike Stricka. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Mr. Mayor, answer to your question, a park does no longer have to be voted on by the citizens. That section of the charter was repealed several years ago.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
First off, the tax wasn't given to the city. This tax was to be collected for the city, for the rec district, for a swimming pool. I disagree, not strongly, but somewhat, that the pool proposed for the $24.8 million was the Taj Mahal. The Taj Mahal project was voted down in 17 or 18, was the big rec center out at the Abbey property. I also strongly disagree with the results of this committee's survey. I attended 2 of the public meetings for the ballot committee. I watched all 4 of them again, and I agree with James and Gwen and Ben that the overall opinion of that committee, when they were asked what their priority was a swimming pool. How Western Gateway came in, which I think is a great idea. I didn't agree with it. I didn't know anything about it. I went to the public presentations, couldn't make heads or tails of it until I watched the joint meeting of Planning Commission and City Council and saw the engineers present it. It's a fantastic project. I think it seems coincidental that Western Gateway comes up as the #1 option when there's approximately $2 million or $2.1 or $2.4 million going to be in that fund by the end of the year. And the first option of the Western Gateway is a $2 million project for Centennial Park. So I don't know if how that played into it, but I really strongly feel that it's very coincidental. The water bill credit isn't the way to go. If you're going to try to make it the fairest way, it'd be a sales tax timeout. That way, anybody out of the city that paid, whether you're from Texas, I don't know if you're going to come back and buy the same amount of stuff, but I think the fairest way to do it for the local population is a sales tax timeout. And again, the ballot language was for the construction of the pool for that sales tax, so without another vote, it can't be used for O&M. I don't think any type of a ballot issue that's going to change where that money is going to be spent is going to pass. So my feeling would be for the council to do nothing, continue to collect the tax. That's what I heard in the 4 meetings from the citizens, to continue to collect the tax. If the council wants to put a time limit for the rec district to come back with a proposal and get it passed on their own, then give them 5 years. That was my original plan that I presented to the committee on the first meeting, and my opinion at that time was to stop the tax. After listening to and getting the other people's input that I heard, continue to collect the tax, give the rec district a certain amount of time to come up with a second plan, get it approved by the citizens, and move forward. You've got language in the ballot right now that says it has to be built on that property. It can only be used for construction. That's what the money was collected for, so I think it's up to the rec district to come up with a plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Schmisser.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Mike. Really appreciate, I think you have a lot of really interesting ideas. I did ask both of those questions in advance of this meeting, and I'm just so that we don't have citizens working on wild cards that aren't legally or possible. I did just want to make sure that I had the answers to those questions correct. So I think I couldn't agree with you more, Mike. I think my default was taxpayers voted for something that wasn't possible, so they get their money back. And how do we do that in the fairest way possible? And I can't remember if it was you or another citizen mentioned sales tax holiday. My understanding is that because we can only turn on and off sales tax twice a year, that may not be feasible. Can you correct me or opine?
Yeah, that's correct. We're state collected, and we can only turn the sales tax on and off at certain times of the year, and that they're 6-month increments. We have checked with the state to see if there's a way to do this, and they have said no. And Tammy Nordyke, our finance director, she's been in direct communications with the state. Tammy, do you want to have anything you want to say?
So I have reached out to the state asking if there is a way for us to do a sales tax holiday, and the answer was no. I also sent an email out on the CML listserv asking if any municipalities that are state collected have done a sales tax holiday. I did not get any responses, so I am guessing the answer is no. I'm waiting for the state to answer back as if we can reduce the sales tax rate for a short period of time So let's say it was January 1 to June 30. They're having to check with policy to see if that's something we could do. Because we'd, of course, have to have ordinances, and our legal has to make sure we're good, that we're not creating a Tabor issue in the future as well. So that's what I've been waiting on for answers, but state, like I said, state hasn't responded back with that other answer yet.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. And then the second one, which I think is also a really interesting idea, keep collecting the tax for a few years, but give the rec district a certain amount of time to come back with a plan and to re-engage the voters and et cetera. And my understanding was that we weren't allowed to just keep collecting the tax because the project that the voters had said yes on in terms of Tabor is dead because of the rec district's June 9th vote that they couldn't move forward with it. Do we have like a clear answer on that yet or not? Because I think that may be an option that somebody might want to put forward on the
I'm sure that is,
as the
and
wild
I
card.
think getting that answer is critical.
I think my recommendation is if that's where council wants to go, that is the question on the ballot that laid out whatever the details are. Because as you mentioned, the language of the question is very specific as to the project and what that money is going towards. That bonding has now changed, everything's changed, and so that is not on the table anymore because it was to pay for the bonding, right?
I guess if the rec district I don't know if we would have to have like a shared MOU where they said, yes, please we rescind our letter, please keep collecting the sales tax. We would like to have 5 years to come up with a new plan. Like, would that be enough, or would we still need to go back to the
Not in my
voters?
legal opinion, no. The question needs to go back to the voters and lay that out. Whatever that scenario is, it needs to lay it out.
Because we don't have the voter Tabor approval of a specific project anymore.
Yeah, that project is, as I
dead.
understand it, is off the table.
Okay.
And so if you continue to collect revenue based upon that question, I believe that's a violation of Tabor.
Okay. Can I ask it one more way just to make sure?
Sure.
Okay. So if the rec district at their July 14th, and thank you for your patience, Mayor, I just think it's so important that our citizens have all the info. If the rec district, and I'm in no way suggesting that the rec district has this on their agenda or that they would even consider it, but if at their July 14th meeting they said, gee, it looks like the citizens really want the pool and the city council is considering this, we're going to rescind our June 9th decision. Like if they say maybe we're back in the game, like does that affect that at all? Or like, does that
I guess
make
I'd
sense?
need the details of that situation. 'Cause
I will
we're pretty-
follow up with you offline.
Yeah, we're pretty far down a different road at this point. So.
Sure.
We are.
Thank you.
And I had a meeting with the mayor, and as far as a meeting, and something I want to clarify is Canyon City is not in the pool business. The rec district is in the pool business. And the rec district made a point of that in the newspaper this very week, that the rec district is still in the pool business. And according to our attorney, if the Canyon City wants to get in the pool business, we don't have the land, so we are going to have a vote. It would be a two-step process to do that. And so I think right now, again, the citizen champions that you're going to be, I think you have to take that into account, that here's our white sheet of paper. We got to deal with something that is actually legal, and that's what Councilmember Schmischer was talking about. There's a lot of legal angles on this thing that have to be clarified, and we've got to deal with it. But the rec district's in the pool business. Canyon City is not, and we've got a lot of other things that's on our plate. We've got a pot of money that is here. I realize it was passed by the citizens. Make your best pitch. Bake that potato, I think, is how Councilmember Worthington was. And we're going to meet and talk about what that looks like. Councilmember Tony.
Yeah, I think we had a lot of references into going backwards to the November ballot language. And Ryan, can you read those two letters or the letter you wrote to this rec district from the city, and also the rec district's letter to the city letter to the rec district, and vice versa?
I think there's a consensus that the project is dead at this point, and I think I haven't seen those letters, quite frankly. They've probably been out there.
Yeah, it's right here.
Yeah, they're the letters that, after the city council meeting where city council decided to step away from the pool project. I've got that letter and then the response from the rec district. It's up to council if you want me to read them or not.
I think you've got a council member that's requesting, I think at least the one from the rec district would be appropriate.
From the rec district? Okay. So this is June 11th. The Canyon City Area Metropolitan Recreation and Park District Board of Directors discussed the pool project at the June 9th, 2026 meeting. After the decision by the Canyon City Council on June 1st, 2026 to no longer participate in the pool project, the board has had a decision to make on capital construction of the facility. Currently, the city is collecting a 0.3% sales tax for capital construction, but there is no dedicated operational fund for the project. The Board of Directors looked at 3 potential options moving forward. Option 1 would continue the sales tax and build a smaller single body of water similar to in concept to the Ichabod swimming pool. Option 2 would have the district go back to the voters for an operational mill levy question this November. And option 3 would stop the sales tax collection and send the pool project to the planning stages, ending the current concept. After reviewing the options, listening to the public comment and a staff recommendation, and having discussions amongst the board members, by a vote of 3-2, the Board of Directors decided on option 3. This means the recreational district will go back to the drawing board to replace the Ichabod swimming pool and recommend the city council stop collecting the 0.3% sales tax.
It's important to read the city council's instructions, the letter to the rec district too. There's some details in that need to hear.
Okay, it's requested by a council member to do so. We'll abide by that.
Okay, this is my letter to Kyle Horn at the rec district. At the June 1st, 2026 City Council meeting, the City Council directed the City Administrator to formally notify the Canyon City Area Park and Recreation District that the City of Canyon City will no longer participate in the planning, financing, development, construction, operation, or maintenance of the proposed recreational district pool project. The city will cease committing additional financial resources, staff time, contractual obligations, or public assets towards the project, except as necessary to fulfill any existing legal obligations. This action is based upon the City Council's determination that the project's final scope, design, construction costs, long-term operating costs, maintenance obligation, funding source, and financial risks have not been sufficiently defined to justify continued participation by the city. The city understands that the Recreation District will hold a meeting on June 9th to discuss the future of the pool project. The city respectfully requests information regarding the outcome of that meeting as it pertains to the future of the pool project. As you know, the Canyon City voters have approved a 0.3% sales tax for the construction of the project, and if the project does not move forward, the City Council will need to make decisions regarding the future of this tax and the money that's been collected through this tax.
Okay, thank you. And I'll go Councilman Schmischer, and then I've got a comment myself. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I know I'm more of a visual person. If those aren't publicly accessible, just so that all of the citizens who are following this so closely, could we also add those to if they aren't already on our city website or accessible to the general public, could we make sure that they're also added to the agenda center with this agenda so that folks have those? Yeah. I know they were read into the record, but sometimes it's better to be able to really look at each word.
I couldn't agree more.
We can add those.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Again, I believe the pool is dead as it was defined, and the only way forward is through the voters. So that's what we're trying to do, is how do we take that step in an organized fashion to get there. The last one on this particular topic is Sherry Miller. Welcome, Sherry.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for being here still. After all I've listened to, I think I've forgotten why I'm here. No, I didn't, sorry.
We may as
I
well.
want to tell you what brought me here, okay? I am a recently retired educator, and I found myself attending and watching a lot of the council meetings and becoming very interested and interested in hearing different people's perspectives. But there were times that I found myself getting very frustrated. And through that frustration, as a previous counselor, school counselor, I had to ask myself, is this because you think they're really wrong, or is this because you don't understand the whole thing? Okay? I found that in order to justify my position, I needed to become more informed. And so I went out and started to call upon some of the people that had opened the doors for us to come and talk with them, and even called some people not involved in the council, but outside of the council. I hope you don't mind me saying your name, Kyle, if he's here. But I want to tell you that I had some very informative, very interesting meetings. And my meetings were, questions were answered. In some cases, I came away thinking, you know, first I didn't know what I didn't know, and now I know so much that I really don't know what I don't, you know what I mean? I don't know. So anyway, the water can become muddy before it becomes clear. But I'm willing to look at what's still not clear and ask the questions, okay? But I appreciate so much the meetings that I've had and the time that people have spent, and I did truly find it to be true that people want us to become engaged, okay? Just coming in with an open mind. Now I'm gonna tell you, I've got an opinion. No, I'm teasing. All right, everybody. There's a couple things that stand out to me, okay? And I just wanna say, that I've been thinking about. I think that in regards to the pool and a base pool, an Ichabone pool that's right there right now, is really, as far as many things I've talked to Kyle about, and honestly, Kyle, I hope you can go to some of those meetings with the group that's going to be addressing the pool, because I think that you could answer some very valuable questions regarding what a basic pool is going to cost. And will it basically provide for the needs of a community that has grown so much since the time the Ichabone pool was built? Okay, because Kyle informed me that that pool no longer would basically meet the needs of our community, and why that's the case, okay? So the other thing that I came to realize is that if the ballot issue becomes the pool, that we need to keep in mind that even if the funds go, I'm not done, becomes the pool, it's important to remember that we're still going to have those operational costs. So we need to keep that in mind as a community that, you know, maybe we have the money to build the pool, but will we have the funds for years to come? And when inflation sets in, and when we get, I am not saying I'm for any one of the three. I haven't made up my mind. But one thing that I would like to say is that when the budgeting and when all of the analysis are done to see how much each of these things are going to cost, is it based on costs today, or is it based on inflation? What is it going to be if we don't get this started and moved on real quick? So we need to think of inflation, and we need to think of, is it meeting the needs of the community? And last, I just want to say that I'm going to continue being involved, and I want to become more knowledgeable so that I can help and be involved in whatever I can be involved in, okay? But I'm still just that much. I need to grow a lot more. So I appreciate your help, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Sherry. I had the privilege of having coffee with Sherry as well. So we're concluding on this particular topic. I actually do have a PDF, council members, that lays out that process that I can get to you, and it's laid out. What it does have is June 21st. I'm not available, July 21st. I'm not available July 22nd. I'm hoping that we can actually move this up a day or two. So I'm wondering if we could look at our calendars right now to get a deadline for when citizen champions would be able to make a pitch for that. And willing to do something on the 20th as well, which is our council meeting. How long is that meeting on the 21st? Do you have any idea how long that'll last?
So the meeting that I was referring to with on the 21st is with the Canyon City Police Department and their task force for the Certified Safe Community meetings. We usually last about an hour, but we've only met twice, so there are...
Okay, it's meeting at 6 o'clock?
That is correct.
Any chance of moving it to 7 or anything
I'm
else?
not in charge of those stakeholders.
Okay. Is there...
It's just for clarity, it's not an internal meeting with CCPD, it's a lot of external community members who get together, yeah.
Okay. What's your preference? You want to do something on the 20th, which I think would be good if we did 4 o'clock, or We went after the the council meeting. Is anybody open to a 4 o'clock meeting?
I am. My only concern is citizen involvement. And
I agree.
What about the later that week, the 23rd or 24th?
I'm gone the rest of that week.
Ah, gotcha.
And I really want to be here for this.
Absolutely.
I would vote for earlier on the 20th, earlier in the day.
Okay.
20th?
The 20th at 4 o'clock?
Yep.
Is that enough time?
I'm
Just
happy to
thinking.
make it earlier than that, but
I'm just thinking if the city council meeting starts at 6
no, I know,
and we
I know.
have,
Yep, it's only an hour and a half, and you have to start getting ready for it. So
and then we wouldn't have the opportunity to ask questions and really have a
I
discussion
think
around it.
your issue about the citizens' timing is absolutely critical, so moving it earlier is going to be a challenge for sure. How much we got on the agenda on that meeting? We're already at 9 o'clock on this one, so.
Sorry, I know we have a public hearing that night, and I want to say we have 2 other discussion topics and consent agenda at this point, but I usually don't know until right before that it's going to explode.
So who makes that agenda? The mayor and the city administration?
Yeah, we meet monthly to do
So,
that.
yeah. As of right now, you have, the public hearing, you'll have the second reading for the ordinance that you passed tonight, resolution for records retention, and then we have staff meeting tomorrow morning for any bids and things like that that might be coming forward.
What if we did it 4 o'clock on the 21st and just know that a couple members might have to leave?
I'm really not comfortable with that. I feel like this is an incredibly important thing, and I don't want to disrespect our community partners that we're just getting off the ground with a certified safe community.
What
And I
if-
also don't want to
what if-
not be here for this.
I understand. I don't want to miss it either. What if we do 4 o'clock on the 20th and have an alternate time of 4 o'clock on the 21st if we need to go into that? Yep,
Can you break them up into?
that's what I'm asking.
Okay.
So, yeah, well, because we've got different pitches, we could do something.
Schedule for each one.
Okay, so, Mike, yes, go ahead, Mike. Certainly open to it. Is it in this building, or are you going to be someplace else?
No, we meet at the Chamber of Commerce.
Okay, close, though.
So maybe 7:15 or 7:30 as a start?
Let's do 7:15. Does that work? And we've got a marathon, so we're going to get through that on that evening. There's no decisions that are going to be made that meeting. It's presentations, and then the decisions is August 3rd. So at this point, we're looking at 7:15 on the 21st. Is that good? And again, could be a longer one. I'm hoping that we have a time frame of about 20 minutes per presentation so that it's condensed. And I would encourage if I see Ben had left already, unfortunately, but anybody that's for the pool and you're going to stick around to the last end,
Gwen's there.
you might want to just join and get each other's names a little bit. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Gwen is here. And so, well.
Yeah. Again, I'm just helping for the organization, but we'll follow with council members, commissioners, and we'll put something out this week as far as them coming to this office and joining.
I just wasn't sure. I'd seen, I think, that there was another ballot study committee meeting on Thursday of this week.
That's canceled.
That was posted, but that might be take it down as the ballot study committee, but maybe use that time if folks were already thinking that was what was going to happen.
Yeah. Let's have a meeting, I think it's a staff thing as far as putting that together, and we'll just get the word out. So, are you good? You're still on my screen.
Oh,
here.
sorry. And then just to, I guess, maybe clarify what I had said earlier, I really do think I want to hear all of the ideas. I'm not in any way trying to put my foot on the scale of any one of them. But if, as citizen champion groups have questions or concerns or ideas, I'm always available and always want to try to answer questions when I can or try to get the answers when I can. So please don't hesitate to reach out. My contact information is on the city website.
Myself as well. Okay, we're going to conclude this discussion as far as the ballot study committee, and if you folks are still in the room, thank you for what you did. I see Bob, I see Justin, I don't know if others are still, Brenda's still out there too. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Vicki, Jesse, thank you.
Yep, exactly. Thank you, both of you. Okay, moving on. So now we're going to deal with standing committees. We've got people here for the drain issue, and I want to just step forward and just deal with that as far as what the intent is. If we're going to go into executive session on that, just so folks that may want to leave and they're here for the drain issues. So when I read, I won't go into attorney-client privilege, but when I read it, there was a lot of policy issues that were in that memo, and policy issues are something that is before an open forum as opposed to executive session. So just a clarification, what are we going to cover in executive session? And it takes a 5 to vote member to say we go into executive session, but I'd like some clarification on what we're going to be dealing with so the folks that are here for the drain can understand.
Yeah, the idea for the executive session is to go in for legal advice. So council everybody's on the same page from a legal standpoint, and then if council wants to come back out and discuss either that legal advice or the policy, they can come back out and have that discussion.
Not on this meeting, though.
Oh, not on this.
You do not have an action or discussion item after the executive session.
Okay.
Okay.
But no decisions or direction.
No, I understand, but we won't be discussing any policy issues within that executive session. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's for legal advice.
I understand, but we got to have enough on the books that council members can actually vote on things as well. And again, I just, I don't like executive sessions. Yeah. I think it should be out in front, and I want to make sure that what we're going into executive session for is something that we can do.
Yeah, and there's no voting in executive session, just so the public understands that. So this is about making sure that council understands all the legal issues and the legal analysis so that you can properly analyze the policy side.
And then that analysis and that discussion would be done in an open session, and any motions and any decisions about any changes based on policy would have to be done in open session. Really, all this executive session, I just want to make sure I understand, all this executive session is for us to hear and understand what the legal analysis is so that we can start thinking this through. Is that
correct? And I think there's something else that council needs to discuss. This topic has been, there's a lot of stuff going on around this topic, and there are, whether or not there is information that you're receiving from a legal standpoint that you want shared or not shared from an attorney-client privilege. I think you need to have some discussion around that as well.
Last clarification question. The city is not currently part of a lawsuit in this particular issue, because I don't think we were a party to that lawsuit. I know that Leo served as a witness, but we were not party to that.
That is correct, and I think that's part of the discussion you need to have.
Okay. Members who are here for our members, you wanting to address that? Okay. No, we're not going to skip the agenda. Can we hold? Are you able to hold? I just wanted to make sure that we deal with this. So we're going to zip. Well, probably won't zip, but we're going to deal with it. And I think, again, I know we've got other members here, and I think it is appropriate for them to clarify so that we understand exactly what it is that we're dealing with tonight. So I need you to hold, and I appreciate your patience. Let's move forward with the next one. You're correct. We need to stay on the agenda. I just didn't know if we could release people. So, standing committees. Councilmember Schmischer.
Thank you. So my understanding of what City Council discussed and passed in the beginning of January was that we would try out a new method of how we structured things. We would move away from committees of a whole work sessions and move towards each council member, or 3 council members, and they're per committee. 2 council members and you per citizen committee for 3 different topics, and that we would review it at the 6-month mark because it was a pretty big change for us. We've had a lot of citizen committees, and we continue to have a lot of citizen committees. I don't actually know how many, but we've got the library in Red Canyon Park, and the Public Art Committee and the Historic Preservation Committee, and we have a lot of different citizen committees, and for clarity's sake, this isn't about any of them. Those committees continue to function and continue to work, and the Water Committee we just talked about tonight needs to have a special meeting because of the splash pad question. So this is only about the change that happened in January, and we need to do a review of what's been working well, what might need to be tweaked, what does that look like. So what I did, I'm the chair of one of those 3 committees, is I had on my committee agenda lessons learned. I don't remember the title, so I shouldn't say it, but to have a conversation around the committees, and specifically hear from the citizens who served on my committee, what they liked, what they didn't like, if it met their expectations, and if they had any recommendations for us going forward. So I tried to take all of that input in from citizens. I only had one of the other council members, unfortunately. Councilmember Dennehy and Mayor Lund weren't able to attend that particular meeting. But I tried to take all of that and I said, I will put this into a resolution. I'll send it back out to you guys so that you can take a look and provide me with any feedback to see if I accurately captured what you said. So I sent that back out to all of the committee members, the citizen committee members, Councilmember McCullough, Councilmember Dennehy, Mayor Lund on June 12th, and just said, I did my best to capture what your feedback was. Obviously, we didn't look at it as a group, but I would really welcome any individual feedback because I think it's important for council to hear from the citizens who have been serving on those committees what they think about it, about the process, if they have any lessons learned or tweaks that they think might need to be made. On my particular, and I realize that it is now, what time? It is now 9:19 at night, and I do think that we need to do a really thorough, thoughtful review. And that's honestly why I asked Cindy to put this on the agenda for discussion and not to have a proposed motion, because I don't think we should have a vote on something like this. I think we should hear from all 3 of the committee members, the citizens, like what they've liked about the committee, serving on the committee, what they didn't like, what suggestions and recommendations they have for any modifications that we might want to make moving forward. And I think it's important that we hear directly from them. And I think honestly that would be even better than like a resolution I tried to draft based on verbal feedback. So I might suggest something slightly different rather than trying to have that discussion and hearing, because I don't know if it was discussed at all 3 committees. So what I would like to see happen is hear from all of the citizens who have served on all of the committees, ask our attorneys to take a look at what other communities do to ensure public engagement and transparency, to ensure that we have a really solid process where we have as much citizen engagement as possible, and also restart having work sessions for city council. I think that is one thing that has really been missing over this 6 months. We don't really have an opportunity to sit down and talk through an issue around the table in the back with as many citizens in the room as want to be there. We could even invite every citizen who's on the couple dozen citizen committees to come. But I think we as a council need to be able to talk through issues before they come up to the dais. Because I think sometimes we don't know what's been going on in the other committees, and we haven't had a chance to hear, Councilmember Maloney's thoughts or questions on a topic that was in the committee that I chair, because he's not on it. And then we get in this situation where we're trying to make motions and trying to understand where each other are and what our thoughts are, when if we had just been able to sit down and have a conversation around a table, then we would have maybe come up with a better result before we got up here on the dais trying to make decisions on behalf of the city. So I think for me, the biggest thing, actually twofold for me, the biggest thing was I really want to see a committee of the whole again, or a work session. It doesn't have to be a committee of the whole, but a work session where we get together on a regular basis and get to know each other and get to understand what we're thinking about a specific topic before we get up here. Because as Cheryl mentioned, it can be super complicated, and it's important for everyone to be able to ask those questions. So that was my kind of big thing. And then my second thing is, I think at least some of my citizen members, I don't want to speak for all of them, certainly, but some of them have felt a little bit constricted maybe, because as I understand it, and Attorney Sellers, correct me, I know we've talked about this multiple times about the legalities and open meetings law, but if they are appointed to a committee by city council and they're providing advice to us, they can't even, 3 citizens who are on my committee or 3 citizens who are on the ballot committee can't get together and talk and hey, we've got a problem with public restrooms. Have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? Because they are representing the city and they're on a city advisory board, so that would need to be posted 24 hours in advance, and they can't like have normal conversations. So I think they were looking for more flex, some of them. Again, I'm not speaking for all of them. They certainly did not vote and approve this. It was just supposed to be a straw man that we could talk about. But they were looking for more flexibility, like how do we tackle this issue and then move on to the next issue? And how do we know that this is the issue that's going to be tackled? Because I can guarantee you those Macon Plaza play structures that I talked about at the beginning of the meeting, there would be different people who wanted to be on that citizen committee than if it was just a public safety, quality of life. And same thing, you know, with the pool falling under budget, finance, public works. I bet there would be different citizens who were like, please put me on the pool committee, than if they just saw budget, finance, public works. So I was just trying to start brainstorming, thinking creatively, how do we enshrine a process that has public engagement, transparency, a process that everybody understands and that is like super transparent to everybody all the time, and get back to us all being able to have more more informal conversations about things before we're up here voting on motions and it's the first time we've ever even seen it. Over.
So I'll respond, and then I did not take away, as you did, Amy, specifically that we were going to abandon the committees. I thought the tweaking was specifically on the standing committees that we had.
Oh, good. I was so nervous because some people texted me who were on some of my committees saying, oh my gosh, does this mean that we aren't meeting as Royal Gorge Mountain Park Trails Committee on Wednesday?
No,
I was like,
not-
no, that's at 3.
No,
That's not doing anything.
It's the standing committees. And again, when we had that discussion here, I did not take away what you just indicated, that we were going to abandon those and come up with a different process. And so when I saw the resolution that we're completely abandoning the standing committees, I don't get that at all. What I do like is that Councilmember Worthington, that there may be times that those committees are meeting together and doing some things, but I certainly did not take away at all that we were going to abandon the standing committees. That was not the impression I got, and others can talk, but that's where I was at.
So let's start with, I
Councilmember
tried
Tony.
to go back and look at your safety committee. Was that recorded? Was that?
It was recorded. I'm not entirely sure what happened on the staff end, but it is up on the website now. Somebody flagged it for me just this morning that it wasn't posted,
Okay.
so I flagged that
Yeah,
for
so
staff.
I hadn't had a chance
Sure.
to see that yet.
Sure.
But, you know, this resolution includes,
It's on, he's just not talking into it.
oh, yeah, so I didn't get a chance to see that before this meeting, but this resolution includes the dissolution of existing standing committees. And, you know, that, this resolution goes all through that. And I think it circumvents the city charter and the ability of the mayor to appoint those committees, to appoint those committee members and to create those committees. Does
Sure.
it not?
I don't think so, because there's an ordinance that has that. So I think what would be really useful, and again, like if you look at the agenda, it literally says the proposal is for discussion. Like nobody's saying, please, nobody make a motion on this resolution and vote on it this evening. That's not the intent. It's just to have the beginning of a conversation about what does all of council want to see, what do all of the citizens who serve on these committees want to see. And I think we need our attorneys to take a look at the charter, the ordinances, the resolutions that talk about committees, and make sure that they're all in line and uniform, and that we are considering as a body like one document and not having a lot of different things that we're looking
So,
at. That's all.
before you had 3 committees, right? The Vision Committee,
Just 2. They were
just
committees
2.
of the whole.
Yeah. So now we have the 3 that's more specific, that we can bring talent, specific talent from the citizens. And with that expertise, I think it focuses on issues, whether they're the budget issues or the public works or safety, whatever those issues are. So I think it's important to have these 3 committees with the specific talents of the citizens throughout the city to be able to do that.
Couldn't agree more about having the citizens engaged and having their talents, and I think we've seen that. I think we have some members of other committees who are actually in the audience right now. I think we've seen that, and I can certainly speak to the public safety, quality of life, like the fact that we are now putting
So
out.
why do you want to dissolution those committees?
My main goal is to add a council work session. I would like for all of us to be able to sit around a back table and have conversations about things before they come up here. That's my main goal. My second goal is I want the citizens who are able to be, the citizens who are engaging in this to be able to engage with each other in a way that they are not violating unknowingly open meetings law. Like if they're all super passionate about the pool or they're all super passionate about whatever, I don't want just because they're appointed to some committee that they can't have those conversations. I just think that we're like unintentionally
So
hamstringing
those
people.
conversations are open meetings, right? So when we have these open meetings, are they not able to use those open meetings?
No, they certainly are, but they can't, they want to be able to talk outside of it. They want to be able to send emails and like work on documents together. And wasn't that really difficult with your ballot study committee? The fact that you couldn't have you and Jesse and another person like work on a document together? Like, I just think from a process perspective.
It's the same with us. I mean, I'd love to have conversations with the three of us on a certain subject, but we can't do that.
Right, and that's because we're in these positions. I'm wondering if there are creative ways that we can structure
and we
things.
can discuss
That's
that.
all.
But I agree with you that I think we need to get it. And Jeremy, I'm coming to you. Two things. One is that I think we cannot leave this sitting out there. We were supposed to have an Economic Development Committee meeting today at 4 o'clock. We did not have that because it's basically stating that they're going to potentially go away. And so I chose not to have that until the council makes a decision as far as what is the position of the council on the standing committees. And your motion or resolution specifically had that those would be eliminated. So
Yeah, but it also said for discussion. There was no proposed motion attached to it. Like there was
there
never.
was as part of your
No,
resolution.
Please, Cindy, please.
Oh, that I understand, but again, what was in there was that these these things may go away. And what I'm advocating is, let's not drag this out to August, let's not drag this out to September. Council members and the citizens need to know, do they have a foundation under them as far as moving forward or not moving forward? My other issue is that it feels a bit chaotic when we have standing committees and now we're going to move those out and go to something else. And we got to have some trust that we build from citizens. And I think modifying these things, tweaking them, because I understood before that the tweaking was going to be of the standing committees as opposed to just abandon those. And so, Jeremy Reeves, you're on.
So I've heard the same thing a couple times, and it's the thing that's actually make me against the committees. And that is, Fred, you just said it, is that you were complaining about that Amy's committee wasn't up, so you weren't informed about that. And you yourself have said multiple times that we need to go watch these other committee sessions to find out what's going on. That's doubling the workload that everybody's having to do to find out the same amount of information. And that's exactly the opposite of what we should be doing here. We should be getting, I want citizen information, or I want citizen involvement. I love a few people on my committee that contribute all the time, but the problem is that we are not working together as a council to get anything done. We are very divided. We are having different conversations all over the time, having redundant conversations about different things, and then when we come here, we don't know how each other stand until we're all of a sudden talking about it. And so I think that we need to have some sort of hybrid between this idea, because we need to understand that where we started with this in January was this was a trial. So we're not taking away anything that citizens had before and that you're now this was a trial period that isn't working out exactly the way that we thought it was going to work out, and we need to adjust that. And so to present this as an idea that we all of a sudden are now abandoning something, we tried something, and it's not working the way that you wanted it to work. Instead, it's actually dividing us and creating more problems. So I don't know that we need to have come to a conclusion tonight, obviously, but we need to discuss this more in depth and have a better idea, because we as a council need to meet together more than the committees. I spend a lot of time listening to the committees, and it's just a lot of time for a little bit of information that I could get right here.
Councilmember McCullough.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with what you said about trust. And the feedback I've been getting about the committees is that they don't trust the process of how people are selected and assigned to committees. So I would like to take a look at that in our process so that we can have more transparency and more trust about who can serve on committees, how people are selected, and what the commitment looks like. Thank you.
I appreciate that, but again, there was over 40-some people that signed up for these committees. We had 21 that were going to be on there. The resolution was passed by this council. As far as 4 members would be from the city, 3 not. That was defined by council members in the adoption. And the mayor specifically is giving the authority to do that. And so that is by ordinance that was passed a long time ago, and it's also by charter. And we can look at that, but
I would like to.
I'm wanting a future mayor to have somebody that wants to run because they do have some influence on the process as opposed to be weak.
Okay,
We'll hold this off.
I would just like to respond to that real quick because that is kind of the heart of the feedback that I got. And I just want to make sure that I'm relaying that feedback to all of you for consideration, that there is a lack of trust in the process as it stands between us and our people. So.
Okay. What I am going to do is put on people who want to speak. So, Jay, are you still here? Thank you, Jay. And we are coming up to the stormwater issue right away. Thank you, Jay.
Of course. Thank you, Council, Mr. Mayor. I did have a speech prepared tonight. I've literally just ripped it up at this point. After sitting through this almost 4-hour meeting, a lot of back and forth, a lot of information, especially with the ballot issue that wasn't known until tonight. I've talked to a few people walking in and out, and a lot of that information that Fred's team has put out, nobody had any sort of idea about. Do I think committees work? I do think committees work, and you know what my representative Jeremy said. I appreciate what you said, Jeremy. Thank you very much for that. They work, but at the same time, it's putting a lot more pressure on you guys as a council. And you know, anybody watching in this meeting tonight at home can see the divide actually starting to happen in real time. So I'm going to leave it at this. You guys need to figure it out and figure it out quick.
I agree with the quick. Paul Kulowick. Next up is Martin Welch, Chris Wood after that, if you're still here, and Jessica Hughes, who I think may have left. And after that, we're going into the final issue on the ballot, or on the agenda. Go ahead, Paul.
Well,
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. You were talking about wanting 200 gallons of water. Go down Grand, about 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, Monday through Friday. You will find your 200 gallons from the sprinklers that are on every single day because I go through that area with my work. Go out by the dog park, get to the Cornella storage facility, make a right-hand turn, start coming back down this way through town. And you'll see all the sprinklers on almost every single day. Because I thought we were only supposed to be using the sprinklers so much time during the week. That is not the case.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, you want to talk about the committees?
The committees.
Yes, that's what I have you on as.
I think the committees can be tweaked a little bit. Everybody knows I do have a lot of public involvement with people online, people in person. Citizens do want to trust everybody and everything that's going on with our government and our council members. That is not the case. Organizers and different people on the committee, on the civilian side, have come up with their own groups and have been watching everything very closely. There are certain things that the citizens want, like keeping our groups, because I am on the Economic Development Committee, and there is a lot of good. And it does show that we are able to open up more and show the public what's going on instead of the good old boy system. And a lot of people are saying, well, what about the possibility of all these backdoor deals and stuff? The more that everything is open, videos, like our recreation district thing, they don't record any of their meetings. A lot of people have been complaining about that. We have to record all our meetings and everything else. Why is there not a requirement then for them to do it? where people are allowed to go. But if I can't make a meeting, because I go to a lot of them, I can go on YouTube, I can watch the stuff. You can't do that with the rec department because they do not record anything. That's a lack of trust on their end of the deal. There has been scuttlebutt about limiting our mayor's prospect of being able to be open as much as he has in person and in line with people of the community. I would suggest that that is not made, or restrict him in any ways on what he has been doing, because there has been a lot of different things going on. Once before, I did make a remark about the possibility of a recall. The people that I am associated with have had many, many discussions about all this. A name has been come up, and it's the same name over and over again. There are certain things that the people of Canyon City want to see. If that is not fulfilled, those entities will be moved forward and a recall process will be started. So me, myself, I want to see more openness. I want to see more citizens involved with anything that we can possibly do. A lot of people do want to get involved, engaged, but when you come to a meeting like tonight and a lot of people are expecting one thing, and it's at over 9 o'clock in the evening, and all this other stuff happened, we were thinking one thing and something else happened tonight.
Okay.
So that's pretty much what I got. I shrunk it down quite a bit, but
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate it. Those of you who are here for the drains, I know you want to speak, and I'm asking you to please fill out one of the forms. I'm going to put you on so that we can do that. We've only got 2 more members to deal with that, and we're going into that topic. Yep, you can.
Paul, thank you for coming. I just wanted to, as far as the dog park and so forth, that's the rec district, and they would be a good person to let know about the watering and so forth. So.
the water issue is over on Grand. It is not the actual dog park where the issue is.
Okay.
Okay.
It's on the Grand Street and it's residential houses.
Okay.
We have people on the video that cannot hear what you're saying, and so let's not focus on that right now. I want to stay on the
That's
agenda.
fine. I just wanted to let you know, just in case you were confused about that. So thank you.
No, it's
Okay.
it's on Grand.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Appreciate it. Again, if you're here about the drain, you are going to get on, and you're just 2 steps away from doing that, and we'll move forward. Martin Welch.
Yeah. What a meeting.
Hi, Martin.
Mayor, council members, and Canyon City staff, thank you for allowing me a few minutes of your time. I'm the owner of La Cresta Land Trust, which owns the property through which Red Canyon Park is accessed. Because of that, I was asked to be on the Red Canyon Park Trail Committee and had the privilege of serving on that committee. Red Canyon Park, although owned by the city for over 100 years, had never had a formal trail system, and the committee was formed to address that problem after a lot of planning by Steve Thomas and the Parks Department. And through the efforts of that committee, in partnership with, again, the Canyon City Parks Department, Rex Brady, the City Council, and the members that were a part of that, we now have a stunning trail system that caters to locals, tourists, multiple user groups, and is another truly world-class attraction for our community. I learned much in this process. I had never been on a committee like that before. Mainly considering all the other user groups that may be a part of that trail system. Sonia Baker, who has some physical limitations, amazingly strong young lady, and really informed us about the needs from her point of view. Becky Sciola, leading equestrian around here, also a user group that I'm not really dialed into, and again was able to see her perspective and help me to see it from her point of view. And then with all that input, we came upon a shared, unified vision that is a great success for our community today. I'm also the artist behind the Royal Gorge Rio Ashton Welch Memorial Surfboard Sculpture, and worked closely with the Public Arts Committee on that, and was just really impressed with how they encouraged us in that project, embraced our vision, had patience with us through that process, and just a great group of people all together. And you know who you are if you are on that committee. I don't want to flatter anybody. So anyway, both of the committees I've had the direct experience with, either as a member or as a project manager, have been successful, efficient vehicles for community enrichment. And the success of that, of the sculpture, the art project, the trail system, a result of those committee efforts. And like I said, I was thankful to be a part of that. P.S. I have also, just to communicate from Royal Gorge Rio as one of their board members, what a painful and difficult decision it was to cancel the Whitewater Festival. We are looking to a great next year, hopefully, and thank you to all of our supporters for their understanding, and thank you for your time. Thank you for what you do. This is a brutal meeting. I don't know how you guys do this all the time, but thank you for all you do. So,
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. On this issue? Yep, quickly.
Thanks so much, Martin. Just wanted to really appreciated your contributions in the Red Canyon Trails Committee. I think that you brought a lot to the table, and it was wonderful to be able to work with so many different stakeholders. So just thank you. And thank you for making difficult decisions yourself as a board member with RG Rio. Thanks.
Likewise. Thank you.
Okay, I think, Chris Wood, are you still here? Don't think so. I'm going to table this committee thing until we move forward. I think all of us are in favor of citizen input and strong citizen movement. Are you going to make a motion?
If it's allowed.
On what issue?
On the committees, but not about the resolution. Can I just go ahead and make my motion?
Go ahead.
Are you ready? Okay. I move that City Council direct the City Attorney's Office to review our current ordinances, resolutions, best practices, and municipal good governance, and draft an ordinance enshrining public involvement and transparency for discussion at our July 20th meeting.
I'm
I would
not
second
certain what
that.
that is, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, I would second that because it would give us something to talk about, and I like that it enshrines public process, transparency, accountability, and reviewing everything. So I think it would be great to have something to talk about as long as that's actually doable by our attorneys. Because I agree, we don't want to drag it out. Like, we need to have some clarity.
I'm just not sure what I'm drafting.
I
That's
have
my
no
only
idea what the heck it is either.
I understand the review part, but I don't know what to put, I guess, on paper in the form of an ordinance, which I believe was your request, but there was a lot listed there. So I probably need a little bit more direction. We can certainly review and do the initial part of that motion, but I think we probably need a little bit more concrete direction. So.
Okay.
Can we add the charter to your?
Okay, so I'm going to try to make this motion again. I move that City Council direct the City Attorney to review our current ordinances, our city charter, resolutions, best practices in municipal good governance, and draft a document for us to review about how all those work together.
We will try to prepare that for you.
Does that even need to be a motion?
What resolution are you referring to?
I have no problem with that.
Resolutions that have been currently voted on.
Honestly, I would prefer a motion because I think council's a little bit, maybe got some differing point of views, and so I'd like some clean
I suspect that is
direction.
true. Is there a support to the motion?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay.
I'll second that.
So there is no ordinance that you're proposing. This is simply getting a document from the attorneys to talk about all that is out there, charter, resolutions, everything else.
Correct.
on
To
the
give
process.
to give us all a common understanding of what is in our charter, what's in our ordinances already, and so that we can have a common understanding of how committees work as they are, and that will give us something to discuss and work on going forward.
And part of what, if I may, because I seconded it, part of what I heard you say at the end was what other, like municipal best practices and good governance around public process, transparency, public
Yeah, I
engagement.
don't think the attorneys want to get involved with that as far as best practices. They want to stay to the legal issues.
Yeah, I mean, we can give you anecdotal stories, but I think every community is unique
Yep.
and they all run it differently.
So
I don't think you're going to
what-
find a.
If you aren't the correct entity, who would be? Is that like a city staff? Is that the, like, because I think it would behoove us as we're.
Yeah, I
looking at what
understand,
we've
but why don't
done
we,
to-
yeah, exactly. Why don't we take it up, this is where the city of Canyon City is at with all those issues, and then if we want best practices, because you're interested in making changes, then we can look at that, but hold that off till we get the legal position.
Okay.
Are you
Does
fine
the
with that? That's your motion?
Need to be
Okay.
changed then?
No, she didn't have
Okay.
best practices in there. Is there discussion on this motion? All those, let's go ahead and vote.
Councilmember Dennehy, may I please have your vote?
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously.
Okay, very good. That ends the committee issue. We're scheduled to have a vote on going into executive session, but before we do that, we have people here that want to address regarding this issue, and I think it's appropriate to give them a voice. And so, again, if you haven't filled out one of these, the clerk gets after me if I haven't followed through on that practice, and I don't want to have to get that email from her tomorrow. So please fill out a form, and whoever wants to speak on this issue, I just need that. So right now, I just have Ray Lippis. Is there anybody else who wants to deal with the storm water issue and the drains? Will, you're not going to join in on this one? Not exactly sure what it's all about. Maybe afterwards. Okay, fair enough.
Good evening.
Hi, Ray.
Thanks for letting us, as a ditch company, present our case. I think we're represented by the Hydraulic Ditch Company, South Canyon Ditch, Oil Creek Ditch, and Crooked Ditch. When this court ruling happened, it was in December, if I'm not mistaken. Am I correct on that? January. The judge ruled that city ordinance didn't come into play. Now, since January, it's now July, and now you want to go into executive session to take care of something that's already been judged on? I'm confused. So let's go from there.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Anybody else from the drain or ditch boards? Ditch. They're worried about the storm sewer or storm water. So, and I agree with that. I just, you can do it post. You can do it afterwards.
I'm Danny Tezak, representing Oil Creek, and I guess it's a little interesting to me. I've spent the last almost 4 hours listening about transparency and trust, and I think this goes exactly against what we've been hearing from council for the last 4 hours. Obviously, this is a big issue, especially for the ditch companies, and the first thing I hear is we're going to take this to executive session. And I think it gives the perception to the public and definitely to us ditch companies that the city's going to try to figure out a way to make this work for them, even though obviously the city is a major shareholder in hydraulic ditch. We're all fighting the same battles here. We understand that. When we're talking about stakeholders and people that, you know, really have skin in the game, you really need to have our input. We're the ones that are using these laterals. We're the ones that have to find a way to work together to make this work for everybody. And so I understand the legalities. I don't want to get into the legalities. I understand the executive session. But at the end of the day, you need our input. This is the expertise. This is the people that know what needs to happen with these laterals, with the water, and how we get it from point A to point B. So I just strongly recommend that you get our input not just necessarily myself. There's far more experts behind me than I'll ever be. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else who wants to speak first?
I'd like to go one more time.
Okay, on this issue. Okay.
Hi, ditch guys. Thank you guys for being here. As a non-shareholder, I would also really like to hear what they have to say. So I'm actually in total agreement that I would like this to see the light of day. I've talked to a number of you. I've been able to, share our side of the issue. I completely understand the need for agricultural water. We're looking for protections for people that don't have that. So I do feel like there's common ground in the room, right, that needs to be reached between people that have ditch shares and people that don't. And the executive session, I would like to understand what process is about to occur and then how that process comes back out into the light.
Okay. Anyone else? Attorney Sellers. If the city is not involved in a lawsuit or in nothing pending, is this able to go into an executive session at this point?
Yes.
Okay. Then Councilmember Schmischer, and then I'm going to entertain a motion to go into executive session as to pass by a 2/3 vote. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is 5 members. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay, so we have to have 5 members in the affirmative to go into executive session. And Councilmember Schmischer.
I think I could not agree more. None of the decisions, we absolutely need this, all of the decisions and all of the input. So I would say a lot of committee meetings beforehand, or at least a lot of meetings at the back table where people are sitting around actually having these conversations. I'm sorry. I don't think the people online would be able to hear you. I don't know that I've ever not listened to you, but I would be very happy to sit down and listen to you, because I completely agree with you. I don't think that we could change the ordinance that's in question without understanding how the ditch company lateral system currently works, how the ditch riders work. I don't think any of those things can happen in a way that's transparent and would actually work for anyone without the ditch company's input and without the public's input. People who live on ditches that aren't ditch shareholders but still currently have an obligation to maintain them under the city charter, or not charter, under the city code. So I 100% agree with everything that you guys all just said. My question was just for Attorney Sellers. I haven't really had that much about what specifically we need to talk about that actually needs to be an executive session. And I know that there's only so much you can say to give us that information, but right now I'm kind of uncomfortable with the idea that we're going to talk about things that we don't know what we're going to talk about when we have a lot of very concerned stakeholders who have a lot more expertise on these issues than I know I do.
And the legal advice you're getting is not about their expertise. You're getting a legal analysis of the 3 things that are listed as the topics. So that's been provided to you.
Could you go into what those 3 things actually mean? Not your legal analysis, but what are those 3 things? What do they actually mean, as opposed to just the 3 words? Because it feels like it's very, very broad. And right now, as the mayor pro tem, typically I'm supposed to make this motion, and I'm not comfortable making this motion because I don't understand why we need this. Thanks.
Well, if you would prefer not to go into executive session, I didn't request it, so that's fine by me.
Who did request it?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
No, who did request it?
We as staff had talked about this previously, and it's based off of the legal memo that went to council. And when there's a legal memo that needs to be discussed, it goes into executive session.
It does not go to executive session. It goes to executive session when 5 members of the council agree to go to executive session.
Sure.
And that is a problem that I have, that staff is telling us we're going into executive session when it is the council members that need to make that decision. And anything in the future, I think you need to put that specifically, we are requesting that the council consider going into executive session, because it just totally looks like the council members need to have enough information, as Council Member Schmischer is talking about, that they can make a wise decision about taking away the citizens' right to know something and go into executive session, which is about the worst thing you possibly can do if the reason isn't there. And right now, I don't believe we have enough information to make that decision. The council members can make that determination, but taking away the citizens' right to hear what the discussion is a really big issue, and I think we need to take it a lot more seriously than we are, that it just simply goes on the agenda that we're going into executive session. And the fact that the mayor pro tem doesn't know what to make the motion, that's a big issue. So I feel passionate about this. Citizens have a right to understand, and if we're only talking about what the ordinances of the here or the state laws of Colorado have an impact on this, I don't see that as a reason to go in, because they can hear that information just as much as what we can. So I'm open to a motion, if somebody wants to make it, that we go into executive session.
I don't want to make that motion. Can I make
Okay.
a different motion? Sorry, my mic wasn't on. I don't want to make that motion. Can I make a different motion?
Right now, is there a motion to go into executive session? Let's deal with that. Does anybody want to make a motion to go into executive session? Councilmember McCullough, you
I
want to
have a
speak as
question.
opposed to a motion?
I have a question. If we are getting legal advice from the experts that advise the city, is it not prudent to follow the recommendation that, like, we hear some things and then come back to the public and discuss what we have learned? I don't think it's an either or, and I think that it's okay to hear some things and then bring it back and discuss it openly.
My understanding on executive session, again, the attorney can challenge this, but the council needs to have sufficient understanding of what the issue is so that they can make the determination that they're going to take away that information from the public and put it into a position where the council only hears it themselves. And I think that's a big deal, and I think it's a high standard, and I think that's why we have a 2/3 vote that is necessary as opposed to a simple majority of 4. Councilmember Schmischer.
I think I agree in principle, actually, with both of you. I think well, I won't make the motion, but I think honestly what I would like as a next step is to have the attorneys send us a memo about why we need to go into executive session so that we have the information to actually make a decision about if there is that, because you're right, it is a very weighty decision, and I would like to have more information before we make it. Sometimes you do have to go into executive session. There's a chance that, like, I know that they have sent us a memo on the topic. I don't think that they have sent us a memo on why they think that we need to discuss that in executive session. And I don't think anybody's provided us, like, very clear rationale about why we need to discuss it in executive session.
As I said earlier, we did not request this. So I don't know what to provide you in a memo, because we're not asking to go into the executive session. It did not come from our office.
So in your view, we don't need to go into executive session to discuss this, right?
I don't know what council needs, so we provided a memo on the 3 topics that are listed in your executive session. If council has questions about that legal analysis that's in that memo, then we need to go into executive session. That information is not public. It is protected by the attorney-client privilege. If council has no questions on that memo, then I don't see a need to go into executive session. I don't know what questions council may have. So
Who's the protection for attorney-client privilege?
the city.
The city is. The attorneys are not protected by attorney-client privilege.
That's not what I said. The
I just wanna
attorney-client
make
privilege
sure
is
that-
held, excuse me, the attorney-client privilege is held by city council, who has to waive it as a body in a motion, in a public meeting.
So anything the attorneys send us are protected by attorney-client privilege, and we have to waive that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to be clear, Attorney Sellers, exactly what the responsibilities are as far as clarity with the attorneys.
And
the
we
clarity-
provided that information to council as well.
And we're discussing this in public, and the public has a right to understand what that distinction is as well. Okay? So, Councilmember Schmischer, do you want to speak?
I don't have any questions about the memo. I do think that we need to have this topic on, honestly, I would rather not have it on a city council agenda, because I don't want to have citizens come up with 3 minutes. I want to have a conversation around the back table about where we are, what we're doing next. So I would rather have a special city council meeting where we do that. But there may be other council members who have questions about the memo.
Does anyone want to make a motion to waive the attorney-client privilege so we can discuss some of this issue now in front of the people who are here? Because I don't know that at least we could discuss why we're going into executive session.
I don't think that's on your agenda for a motion or action. tonight. So you're welcome to bring it back at a later meeting if you'd like, but that's not on the agenda.
I think we can have the conversation about what we want to do without waiving attorney-client privilege. Like, I just want to move forward. I want to give, like, some,
Attorney Sellers is telling us that we can't discuss the information in that motion, or in that memo that we received from her, without waiving that.
I think there's quite a few topics that are not covered by that memo that the council needs to discuss on how to move forward. And that discussion, regardless of whether you had an executive session tonight, would need to be in the public sphere and however you want to do it with the stakeholders.
Okay. You're going to make a motion, Sarah?
I am. Given the time of day and the fact that we need to hear more from the ditch companies, I myself am on a ditch board. I'm on the Fruitland ditch board. I understand that we need to figure out from a policy perspective what's going on. I still am grappling with it. So
you have a motion?
I would like to move.
Thank you.
That we table this to a future special city council meeting with the input of our stakeholders. That's not at 9:30 or 10 o'clock at night, and we can have a discussion about what our stakeholders are experiencing.
Okay. Is there support to that motion? Are you able to define that down to exactly what it is? Okay.
I second it.
Okay. Is there discussion on that motion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I guess I'm looking at this almost as a test case in the sense that we haven't had many executive sessions. And I understand your point entirely as far as seeing how, whether this is worthwhile or not, and if we've crossed a line as far as transparency. I would like to maybe go ahead and do this one as an executive session. Then we have a better idea as to whether we should have been into executive session and what we can pass on later. That's my 2 cents worth on that.
Okay. Right now, the motion on the floor, and I appreciate that, Councilmember Worthington, is that we're going to postpone this, we're going to table it and pick it up with stakeholders' involvement and whatever that means completely, but...
A special city council meeting with
Okay.
stakeholders.
Okay. Press your button. Go ahead. Councilmember Commissioner.
I didn't make the motion or the second, but I'm wondering if we could, like, please put a date or a, like, by the end of July or something. I know we have a lot of meetings going on, especially with the ballot, but this is important to a lot of people and a lot of people's lives, and I think I would like to have a date certain that we are tabling this to, or not a date certain, but like a by August 15th or by 30 days from now, so that we have some forward momentum on this. Thanks. And that's just discussion, so.
Yep. So a proposal to the folks, this is urgent to you, is it not? Is this something, how high is the urgency factor? Yeah, you do, Ray. Just to get it on the record.
Otherwise, the folks at home can't hear you.
It's okay. You just asked me if this was urgent.
Yes, I did.
I don't think you want to hear what I got to say.
I want to hear what you got to say.
Thank you. This ruling was done in January. I've had many meetings with Leo, and he was said it was going to be brought to council. It gets brought to council, and there ain't nobody up here knows a damn thing. Excuse my language. Now, I disagree with what you've done so far. You've pushed us off. I don't think this was fair. Now, I don't know how they feel, but I think they're not very happy being here for 4 hours to get treated this way. And we have a non-owner, a judge, ruled for them against a city ordinance. Has that, where are we at? That's all we asked.
Fair questions.
Okay? Thank you.
Yep. Anybody else on the urgency factor? I just need to, Ray, could you answer that as far as how, I know it's been delayed and just, we've got to get this done, right? Is that correct?
Well, my problem as a ditch president is, do I tell a ditch lateral owner, is the city ordinance in effect,
Or is it
is the
not?
state of Colorado in effect? Now, after this long, somebody ought to be able to tell me which one's going to work, sir.
Okay.
And I've been very patient. Now I don't know where we're at. Now I can go through, I won't waste too much of your time. The state of Colorado, when they went to the court hearing, had an attorney, the District 2, and the water commissioner. The city comes in with poor Leo that don't know much about a ditch. Shame on you guys. You got to take care of your people. That's what you're here for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I agree with Councilmember Schmisser. We need a date to this.
I propose amending my motion to have that special meeting by August 15th.
Yeah, that, I don't think that's the urgency they're looking for.
Well, I understand, and we will have more 10 o'clock meetings as we continue to load our agendas for the, so if you would like it to be sooner, then I will say by the end of July. If you think we should make
Could
it
we-
happen.
Say-
Press my button.
Ben, go ahead and start getting ready for bed, please.
Councilmember Schmisser.
I'm just wondering, given that we came up with a better plan for the ballot study committee,
That's after
that
10.
now, Tim, I'm so sorry. I think you might need to mute. I'm wondering if we can add this as the 4 o'clock on July 20th. Or on the.
We were at 7:15 on the 21st now.
Right. So I'm wondering if we can add this topic.
You guys got way too much other stuff.
This is important.
It is important, but you got.
Here we are at 10 o'clock at night, it's so damned important, why are we still here at 10 o'clock at night? You still can't figure out what you want to do.
I'm happy to stay if you want to have the conversation right now. Should we do that?
Well, I'm wondering about even sooner that we have this issue with it's 10 o'clock at night, and sorry, my brain's going a little bit as well, but the splash pad. We have a meeting coming right up this week with the splash pad, and is there some way to piggyback on that? I'm asking everyone. I'm looking at Fred,
Sure
but I'm
there-
asking
sure
everyone.
It's a special city council meeting, so why not add that as a second agenda item?
Sure.
Or the first agenda item.
Okay.
I concur.
I think we're going to have, what is it, Thursday? Okay, Thursday. Today's the 6th, so it's going to be the 9th.
Okay.
Okay, the special council meeting on the 9th for the splash pad, and now this. Is that going to work for you guys' schedule to be able to join us?
What time does that start?
3:45. Are you good? Yes. We'll deal with the splash pad quickly, and then we'll deal with this issue, okay?
So what are we going to do with the ditch issue? We're going to hear,
The motion is that we,
Table this matter to the special council meeting that is also combined with Public Works and the Water Committee meeting on Thursday, July 9th at 3:45 PM.
is the attorney able to give us some more information on a attorney-client privilege memo that we can just have a legitimate discussion with these folks?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
I'm asking that the council have sufficient enough understanding of the issue that we at least hear them out as far as what their concerns are, what we need to be looking at. I almost think before we go into executive session, hearing from them as far as what they are concerned about, so we have some understanding when we walk in there, because Ray is right. Most of us don't have any clue about what these issues are, and we need to have. And so hearing from them would be a good thing to do that.
so that's a separate issue than getting the information for the executive session, right?
It gives us a foundation for the executive session to do that, so.
So I'm sorry, I'm very confused. Are you considering going into executive session on Thursday?
We are not.
Oh, okay. So.
We're wanting to have a discussion with
Right.
stakeholders regarding, as I understand the motion, stakeholders, that they give us our input. What kind of decisions do we need to make? What are the issues that we need to be aware of?
So we can resend out the memo that the attorney sent, and you can have a discussion with the information that's in the memo, but you cannot disclose the information in the memo.
Yeah, but a lot of that was policy, right? I mean, it was talking policy as opposed to legal issues. And policy is what this council deals with, and It's passed by the legislature and laws that the courts have made in the past.
I respectfully disagree about the contents of that memo. So.
And that's why it was on for tonight for an executive session to go into the memo, to have that discussion so that council could discuss the legal issues in the memo and decide what they wanted to do with those legal issues.
Right. And again, I want to push back on the attorney, that the attorney can have a statement of law, but it is this council that makes the decisions on the policy issues and what is policy, and we're going to discuss them before these people and what is not. It is not the attorney's decision. It is our decision, and I'm going to make sure that we understand that clearly. Ray?
I'm not saying it's my decision.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the
Yes,
9th
sir.
is going to be too quick for us. I mean, everybody, I just checked. We all have commitments.
Okay.
So it's not, what we just need a clarification on what the city's going to do.
Okay.
Okay, and I think I've explained it very well.
Okay.
There's a state law and a ordinance. Which one's right, which one's not. I got no problem with the ordinance.
Okay. Transparency is critical,
I
and
just
I'm making
don't-
a big deal about this executive session, but I want you guys involved with the discussion.
Well,
so.
I want to be involved. But I do want everybody to know that without some kind of, somebody out there saying, you're going to fix your culvert underneath your driveway, or
Yep.
the people that are owners have the right to tear it out, we got a real issue again. There's
Okay.
a lot to go over here, okay?
Yep.
I understand that. It needs to be done, but let's pick a day that we can all get in here and give you some time.
Okay.
to
What about
listen.
4:30 on the 20th?
4:30 on the 20th, I can make that.
Council members, we got a meeting on the 20th, 4:30? Okay.
That
Would
would-
you amend your motion to 4:30 on the 20th?
I move that City Council hold a special City Council meeting with affected stakeholders on this issue for Monday, July 20th at 4 p.m.
4 p.m.
4
's fine.
p.m.
Jeremy Reeves, are you in favor of that? You supported
Yes.
it? Okay. Any discussion?
Can I have a quick ask on that before? I mean, is it possible that we as ditch companies can understand the position of the city and have a chance to review this before we come into this meeting? Because, I mean, otherwise, we're going to be starting with a clean slate. And, I mean, to Mr. Lippes's point, I think we need some clarification on what the city's position is going to be going forward so we can have productive discussions, or it's going to be just this free-for-all again, trying to understand how we can work together.
There's a little bit of a chicken or egg here, which is we would love to understand your position as well and where you're at and what you think needs to be. Because, again, you guys are the experts, as someone said here tonight. We are not. And it would be very helpful if you could help us, as opposed to us coming up with a position, dropping it on you, you disagree, and we need to navigate that. I think we're wanting to bring it together so that we're all on the same page. So.
But I think, but the reality is we've got competing, I guess,
interests.
You know, between what, to Mr. Lips's point, between what the state says and what the city says, I mean, there's an interpretation and there's some middle ground here. And I think we're really trying to understand what does that middle ground look like going forward, not only as ditch companies, but as, you know, non-shareholders are on these laterals. So
Okay.
I think for us to be productive in having those discussions, we have to have an idea of where the city's position is here and what their interpretation
Okay.
of this case is.
So I understand, Kathy, I know.
So-
So I propose that we meet at 4 o'clock, as the motion indicates. We can decide at that point if we want to go into executive session. But we need information. What are you shaking your head for?
Unless I have a lot more information, I wouldn't want to go into executive session then any more than I do now.
Well,
I think
understand.
from my perspective, I think the city doesn't have a position. Because a position would need to be decided by a majority of council. I think we're in a really unique situation where we have a city ordinance that apparently a judge has decided is actually a matter of mixed concern instead of a matter of local concern. So that means that maybe the state law is supposed to. So I mean, I think we as a city have to decide what's the risk to all of the citizens of the city. Are we going to get in trouble with the state? What does that mean for the ditch companies? How would you actually be able to maintain laterals if you didn't have every single person with a lateral running under their property? responsible. And like, I think we just have to, like, I don't think we have a, how would they be able to? I don't know.
Well, I guess maybe I'm
And that's-
misunderstanding because
I
you
think we
guys were
don't have
talking
a
about going
position.
into executive session
No.
and there's this memo out here. So obviously there's a legal opinion here of what liability the city has going forward and what the city can do and or force upon not only ditch companies as well as property owners. So there's obviously a position out there. And you guys were talking about going into executive session to understand that position. So the position's there. Can you share that with us after executive session or after review of this document so we have an idea of what to brace for, how we can respond to that?
Okay, can we do this? The attorneys did not call for executive session. The staff did, and I'm wondering if the staff would simply retract that and we have a discussion about this. The attorneys make their presentation at 4 o'clock on the 20th, and we discuss it openly and in public as far as what's going on so everybody is aware of the issue. Because
I mean, that's all I'm asking for. I mean, I don't know whether that meets the intent from the city side. I just would like to have some understanding of where they're coming from so we know how to respond.
So as staff, we don't have position. The attorney has provided a legal opinion in a memo, and that's why we need to go into executive session so we can get direction from council.
can we ask the attorneys to make a presentation to this body on the 20th, open that everybody can hear, and we just walk through that?
If you waive the attorney-client privilege as to the memo.
And I'm not comfortable waiving attorney-client privilege because I don't know what I don't know about this. I still need to learn and hear from stakeholders and hear from our legal perspective. It isn't about dismissing you all. It's about protecting our taxpayers, okay? That's what it comes down to.
You're exactly right. This is not taxpayers. This is lateral owners.
It's both.
Water share owners. Has nothing to do with taxpayers.
Respectfully, I disagree.
I hope you get some guidance on that.
Okay.
We're meeting on the 20th at 4 o'clock, and I understand that.
So I call the question.
Let me just state what I was going to state. Thank you. We're on the motion, meeting on the 20th. We can make a decision at that time about the potential of going into executive session. Is that fine?
Yes.
It will be right here. Thank you.
Executive session, yep. Well, it's probably going to be, if it's executive session, we don't have a discussion. Let's vote on this motion.
Yeah,
All
I've
those
called
in
the
favor-
question, so let's go.
All those in favor of it, go ahead and vote. We apologize. We're trying to navigate this for something we know little about, and we want to be as transparent as possible.
Councilmember Dennehy, may I please have your vote?
Yes, but I do have to say that I have to be careful because I am also on a board of a local ditch company as well.
Do the two members of this council who are on ditch company boards have a conflict of interest?
I don't even know.
That's what I'm asking the attorney.
Okay.
Potentially. Are they on as city council members or are they on as individuals?
As
Potentially, yes.
So
I'm
there
on
is a
as-
conflict of interest if we're on as private individuals.
Potentially, yes.
Okay.
That includes Tim Dennehy as well, right?
Correct.
And
Okay.
does that mean that they would need to recuse themselves from all conversations related to this?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. This motion passed. We're adjourned.